good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from. We are live with day one of HIPTHER Festival. I'm so happy to have you all here. And it's so nice to have all our colleagues joining us as well, some of them remotely. So I would just like to say welcome. Sorry about the delay. We mixed up times because we forgot about winter time in Europe, but no problem. We managed to fix that. So I just want to give this a quick round for my colleagues to say hello as well, and then start up with the first session. Alex.
Hi everybody. Really happy to see so much of you guys in here, and I'm really looking forward to all the panels that are going to happen today. And I'm really excited to be a part of this conference as basically most of our colleagues are.
Jasper?
Okay, hello everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the HIPTHER Festival, and I am super excited to be here, not only because this is the beginning of a whole week of intriguing discussions in a variety of topics, but also because it is my very first time participating in a conference as a speaker. So I hope you all are just as excited as I am. In any case, thank you for being with us today, and I'm looking forward to seeing you for the whole week.
Well said. Yeah, it's going to be a full week of conferences, 5 conferences indeed. And let's already give a first start and invite Oliver Litz, CEO of Nanocosmos, to highlight his keynote speech. Hi, Oliver. Nice to see you.
Hi, Zoltan. Nice to see you.
Okay,
thanks for having me here. Hope everyone is fine.
I think you can already get started, right?
Sure. So if you would like to run the presentation, it's pre-recorded, but I'm back in about 80 minutes, and then we can discuss some topics.
Okay, see you soon.
See you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Oliver. I'm the CEO and founder from Nanocosmos. We provide an ultra-low latency live streaming platform called NanoStream Cloud. I will share some use cases around interactive live streaming, what that is, and how you can solve technical challenges around this. What all these applications have in common is they are interactive, they are low latency for any audience size in the world with a global scale, browser-based, and can be integrated into custom web applications for B2B branded usage. I will also put the focus a bit on hybrid events. As in the last 2 years, everybody was live online only, mostly from home and no one on stage. Now slowly events are coming back to stage again with physical presence. And the hybrid use case is here to stay, where both physical attendees and online attendees are available at the same time. I see 2 main scenarios for interactive live streaming where audience engagement is really key. Scenario 1 is live events. They all have a similar setup. There is a presenter or a group of presenters and an audience which would like to interact with the presenters. The presenters can be either on stage or online or both, which I would call hybrid. This is different to traditional broadcast applications where you are maybe sitting on a couch or in a lean back scenario enjoying and watching a stream. It's more like a lean forward activity where the audience is really doing something and interacting with the presenter group. Some use cases are webcasting, remote presentations, e-learning, which can be in enterprise environments, business environments. It can be panel discussions, political discussions, town hall meetings, or entertainment events like live musics. And all these use cases have several things in common. They are scalable to any audience size. They are accessible on any browser, on any device very easily. The target latency is very low, around 1 second end-to-end, glass-to-glass. And they also have a monetized business case behind it, which require the interactivity and which require low latency live streaming. Scenario number 2 is a bit different. It's not based on specific larger events for larger audiences. It's more based on a recurring event type of application where you have a revenue channel, recurring revenue channel, monetized content, based on monetized video and business activity behind that. That could be live auctions, live betting, live games, or even live retail, where you have a sales channel. And they have similar requirements as the event-based model. It needs to be at a global scale, any audience size, easy to use as well. In these applications, it's more and more used to have mobile-first approach. That means that many or most part of the audience is on mobile and on the browser to directly access the event or the live stream. Needs to be very robust. 100% SLA is the aim to really keep the recurring revenue channel running all the time.
Interactive live streaming is easy to adopt to certain business use cases. Here you see example applications which have a monetized business model with a recurring revenue stream. Live auctions, betting and gaming. On the left you see a live auction application by an Australian company called Gavel, who do a high-value real estate auction system. This is all running on mobile and the browser on any device. Bidders can be part of the live auction experience on their phones. Let's have a look at the iGaming use case. This can be a live game from a land-based casino table or from a studio. Also, it can be any interactive game or gamification you can add to your business environment. You can create your own gaming logic and focus on your business ideas around games, and the live video is just one element of a web page which you can rely on. So you don't need to worry about video stability or quality. Let's have a look at more examples for interactive live streaming with audience interaction.
But let's first go into more detail about the event use case, because that's very exciting as we are more and more going hybrid. So these cases can be webcasts, conferences, town hall meetings, podium discussions, wherever someone is sharing something on stage or online. So it can be live on stage with people sitting on a venue or on a stage and discussing something, or it can be completely online like we are now in this conference here, or it can be a mixed setup. So it can be hybrid, a mixture of physical presence and online presence. And the event then is to be shared with a live audience, which can be of any audience size anywhere in the world, which can join the discussion, which can interact, which can ask questions, give any feedback to this session. Let's give an example. A large corporation, 2,000 employees, 5 locations in the world. Everybody in the company is supposed to join and interact with the presenters. So how can this be organized? I can see 2 challenges here. First of all, it needs to be very robust, so you can't lose anybody. Everybody needs to stay connected, have a stable video connection on their device. And number 2, immediate interaction, which means you need to really have low latency and a stable live stream on your device to be able to support this interactive live stream experience. That means ultra low latency around the world in about 1 second. And last but not least, of course, it needs to be easy to use, not only for the audience, which should be able to join on the browser by directly opening their browser and internet access device, but also the production preparation and overhead should be low, so the whole event is able to be prepared, cost efficient and easy to use and lightweight somehow. Let's have a look at podium discussion. There's a live situation on stage with several panelists. This event then is sent as a live stream to a global audience. Viewers can join the discussion from anywhere in the world on any device in the browser. They can ask questions and interact with the presenters at any time, and the presenters can directly react to the questions which are asked by the audience. Here you see an example which is done by the additional tool Slido, which is a great tool to sharing questions and give feedback to an audience, to the presenters. Here's another example. It's an expert hearing. So also something like a podium discussion, but somehow the opposite, because no one is on stage here. Everybody is online, somehow in their own home office. It's a virtual meeting, like this conference is now. So this then is shared as a live stream to a global audience. And the great thing is about the user experience here is good because you have everything in the browser. You have the video conference in the browser, you have the interaction in the browser. Everybody can ask questions and directly interact with the presenters. This example here was an expert hearing by the European Parliament group about Google and Apple experts sharing technology behind the COVID-19 tracing app technology. They were using Zoom as a conference tool, which also works very well, which can be combined to a live streaming platform, which then is shared on a web page to interact with a global audience, and the audience then does not need Zoom anymore. What I might find most exciting is some of the hybrid use case, which is a combination of physical presence and online presence. So you have someone on stage or several people on stage, and they are combined by people joining from the online space. So in this case, you see that there is one person on stage and several people joining online. It's a great user experience also for the audience, because both the panelists, all the panelists are seen on the screen, and the audience then can additionally interact with the whole presentation setup by sharing that in the browser, adding Q&A sessions, giving feedback, whatever interaction is required for these things. Here you see an example for a full integrated event management platform. This is based on the Open Slides platform, which is an open source platform, but hosted by a commercial provider, which can provide live event management around this. So you have management tools like speaker lists, voting, chat, things like that. And you additionally have the possibility to add live streams and live communication to the system to enable interactive live streaming to large audiences. This is also a good example to see how easy it is to integrate our NanoStream solution into a complex event management platform. The audience can be unlimited, browser-based. We don't care if it's 5,000, 10,000 or more participants. And this is then all branded for B2B applications. Needs to be very stable, robust. High SLA is very important. Integrated into the business environments, accessible on any device. Very important for business applications, privacy and security concerns, so we can comply to GDPR and other regulations. So it can be any important business content like industrial things, steel, construction, legal or medical content. And the focus is really on getting the audio video content transferred in a robust and reliable way, no matter where the audience is located and on which device they are accessing this. Let's now have a look at different use case, live music and live concerts. Live events like these have suffered quite a lot in the pandemic in the last months and years, and the industry is really looking for additional revenue streams and how they can monetize the content and still reach their fans and give a great user experience. That's a great example here, as it creates new ways of fan engagement with added value to the live stream. Live performances are not only on stage anymore with live fans, but also sent from home, from bedroom, living room concerts in a small environment and shared with the audience. And how can you create a better user experience and fan experience? With a low latency live stream, the artist can connect to the audience and fans, and they can give feedback directly in form of comments and questions. That's a really good example also for the hybrid use case. The artist directly connects to the fans. They have a video feed. It's a video communication directly between fans and artists. They can be part of the communication, and this whole event is then shared with a large audience, which still can be part of the event and also interact with the presenter. So it's a great new setup, which is, in this case, was hosted by Live Nation, a live concert agency. The performer was on stage in Europe, and the fans were located all around the world. It was primarily in North Africa, so it was very difficult to get people directly to the venues and to live concerts in these days. But it was a great benefit and great value for the organizers, for the performers, and also for the fans to have this setup running and with direct connection and fan engagement between the performer and the audience. In a similar setup, fans can also directly text the artist and also buy things, send likes and comments, but do donations, small amounts of money, buy merchandise during the show. And this also enables new ways of monetizing the live video content. So what is needed to create interactive live streaming applications? Let me go a bit into more detail here. You need several things. To make your live content interactive, you need a reliable streaming platform with a global approach, which is fully under your control end to end, and which supports the ultra-low latency live streaming service which you require for your interactive use cases. The basics of an interactive live streaming is this network and additionally the player which is running on all devices. So you open up the browser, you directly see the live stream, and the live stream then connects to the closest location in the cloud on the network which your provider has. This approach needs to be available 24/7, 365 on any time, anywhere in the world.
The global approach with a distributed network is very important for a high quality of service. We have several customers in Europe or North America who have viewers in Southeast Asia. A reliable service across continents is key for maintaining the interactive experiences. Additionally, it helps mitigating certain challenges around legal rights like privacy. Also, security concerns are important to keep the content protected at any time to avoid any misuse.
NanoStream Cloud is really unique as a combination of software and services for ultra-low latency live streaming for interactive use cases, because it has the network, the global CDN for ultra-low latency live delivery at any scale, anywhere in the world. It has the player, very lightweight, easy to embed on any web application. Additionally, it has really good tools for getting insight into the quality of service. We provide a metrics and analytics service for that. We have flexible ingest options, so you can connect any camera, any live ingest, live encoding software or service or hardware to the platform. And we have a very unique live transcoding adaptive bitrate control in the player built in, which adjusts automatically to the best possible quality of the network available to any device anywhere in the world, even in hostile network situations. So this combination of software and services makes us really unique. To really get full insight into the quality of service, we created this metrics and analytics platform. So we collect metrics from the players, from our servers, anywhere in the world. So it's good to get an insight onto the quality of service for our support team, but also for you as a customer. Have some business intelligence about the number of viewers, the volume, quality of service in different regions, and also any impact on the quality of service like buffering, which really would kill the user experience, or bad network situations, and so you get a full insight into the QoS and QoE for your live streaming application. The adaptive bitrate player I mentioned automatically adjusts to the right quality available in the network, so we send several renditions out to the network, similar as other adaptive bitrate systems, but optimized for ultra-low latency, and the player automatically connects to the right quality level available in the network on the device you are using or your audience is using.
Here you see a test setup running, which I do myself, a real-life setup where I send a live stream from a mobile phone, and the playback is done in low latency on several devices at the same time. So that really shows the experience with the handwave gesture of ultra-low latency live streaming. It's really easy to get started. When you use a free live encoder software, you can start live streaming from your own webcam. We support using the OBS, Open Broadcaster software, Open Broadcaster Studio, which is an open source development and which can be downloaded for free. We also sponsor this software. It is running very reliable and also for low latency live streaming. So try it out and try yourself and learn how you can use ultra-low live streaming very easily on your own web page. NanoPlayer is really easy to embed and use on your own web page. You just need some lines of JavaScript code which you can copy paste to your web page, and then this live stream runs under your brand on your own web page application. It can even be yet simpler with just one line. You can copy paste an iframe
into your web page that can be used for using live streaming within WordPress or any other content management system where you don't need any web development and can just copy a small code snippet into your page. We have several pricing options, very simple pricing based on packages, based on streaming volume, and additional options and support packages are available, so we can guarantee certain SLAs and support activities around your events or 24/7 live streams. Let me give you a short wrap-up. Interactive live streaming is really here to stay. It creates a lot of new opportunities for your business. And there's still room for innovations, with technology available now for large-scale rollout on any device. It can be mobile first for any kind of live video content in the world. Thanks a lot for joining my presentation. Hope to see you soon and reach out to me if you have any questions.
Thank you, Oliver. An awesome recorded presentation. I really enjoyed it. Hope our viewers did as well. So yeah, I'm a bit curious about some facts that I've noted down during the video, and I wanted to ask you if what is the biggest learning about interactive use cases, because you've been around for quite a while now.
Yeah, of course, the world has changed a lot in the last 2 years, somehow due to the pandemic. We see a lot of new use cases coming up, a lot of innovation is coming, but very important is that you have something reliable, robust enough to stay connected, to have the interaction experience for everyone who needs to join the event somehow. So the 24/7, 365 approach is very important. And also things like mobile first, we see more and more coming that really the majority of streams is taken now on mobile devices and directly in the browser somehow. So you just want to join this conference, not sure about your conference here, but I'm sure there's a significant amount of mobile viewers here and mobile participants. So that's really the ease of use which you would like to have, being either in office or at home, sitting on the couch, or even commuting when you're in the train or anywhere, that you can directly be part of that experience together. What we also see is that it's important to have a complete understanding of the whole workflow and idea you would like to solve. So if you would like to monetize your content, is it for paid service? Is it for a free service? But how do you make a business out of that? So of course, you can always use something like YouTube, but then you're in the YouTube Google world. But if you would like to make your business branded around that for closed environments or for some more branded environments, it's important to have a clear understanding about your monetization. And of course, things like technical challenges, how many viewers you do expect, what's your outreach, geolocations, etc., in which parts of the world are people sitting. So that's important to understand. And then you also need to be aware of certain, let's say, the success rate of this event, which you need to measure somehow, like how long are the participants online, how long are they staying connected, what's the bounce rate, things like that.
Yeah, that's good to know. We've been using YouTube to stream our conferences. It's been really good for us. We will definitely start a test with you guys starting next year. I just want to also ask, in terms of someone implementing such a service, is there any business value in it, or do you think that is it for everyone? I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out, that you need to have an idea about how you monetize your content somehow. So, of course, if you are using a non-free service that costs money for you, you need to pay for the transfer. So there needs to be a monetization and any kind of benefit for and any value for your business. So if that makes sense, like as I mentioned, in the live concert environment, you might connect that to tickets or to merchandise you sell, or in an enterprise conferencing environment, there's business value because you need to reach your employees somehow. So
that's really important to understand what's your approach in terms of making a business out of that.
Got it. Okay. So yeah, and in which markets do you currently operate and expand in the future? Or could you maybe let us know about some of the countries in which you operate and what are your plans for expansion?
Yeah, sure. So we, as a German and European company, we always thought global. So it's still a bit surprising that we have much more customers outside Germany than within Germany. But the global approach makes a lot of sense because with internet and live streams, you can stay global and you can create a global system. And as you are doing now, you are doing conferences for North America, Europe, wherever people are. It doesn't matter anymore where they are located. So, and that's our approach as well. We really have a global approach and try to improve the reachability also and quality of service for any part of the world going forward. But there are certain businesses which are more focused on regions like professional webcasting, and these environments are more like North America, Europe, but also gaming, for example, is very strong in Asia. As I mentioned, we have auctioning customers in Australia, so it's a bit dependent on the use case and application you are doing. There are also differences between countries, but generally, when it comes down to the live video, it's the same system, so it's important to not think on global or continents borders here.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, it's a funny thing that before the pandemic started, we launched an online radio in 2018, and they did not have that many listeners. And after the pandemic started, and even before the pandemic, we tested some of our conferences in hybrid format to have the streaming available for viewers, and nobody was interested. It's like, and now it's the other way around. People are. I don't think that many people would appreciate a conference that does not have a live stream now.
Yeah,
so, yeah,
exactly.
And since we're talking about this type of push, what innovation and trends do you see coming?
I see a lot of room for innovation still. So video now is used by everybody, obviously. So everyone knows how to use Zoom and how to use video in the browser somehow if they are used to the system. So it's easy enough to use. But still there's room for innovations here in terms of user experience, also connecting the hybrid space, as I mentioned, people on stage, if everyone comes back, or not everyone comes back, but people are coming back to physical shows, they want to connect still to virtual participants. So the mix and match of different use cases is very challenging, but it's also a great opportunity for new innovations to create new ways of interactive applications which really connect people in a useful way and keep this interactive experience at a very high level. And as we are doing here in Zoom, that's still a closed system, but you connect it to YouTube and you have that on your webpage. So that's components which you can think of. And if you would like to make that completely branded to your application, then you can think of newer ways and also maybe let the audience interact directly with us and to ask questions, maybe do some polling around these events. So that's a lot of innovations which are not only technically challenging and make a great experience, but also from the UI and user experience, there are a lot of innovations which I see here.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so we just have to wait and see now. Okay, Oliver, it's been nice talking to you, everyone. Oliver will be back with a different topic this week on Thursday during the European Gaming Q4. So, Oliver, thank you for this session. I would like to now invite the first moderator, Stefania from Cassiopeia. Stefania, are you here? I saw you in the list.
Ooh. Yes, I am. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Oliver. I'm fine. Hi, Zoltan. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Okay, so I see Dean is already here, and most probably Mihaela will also join, and Robin, but you can get started with Dean, I think, already.
Fantastic. So thank you so much, Zoltan, and I'm really excited for this discussion about ethically designed technology and demystifying decentralized finance, which is obviously one of the hottest topics of the moment. So I will be joined by some amazing panelists, Dr. Robin Chiera, founder at Digital Scouting, Dr. Mihaela Ulieru, President, Impact Institute for the Digital Economy and Technology, Alchemist Innovation at the Nexus, AI, Internet of Things and Blockchain, and Radik Din, Chief Scientist at TAAL, Distributed Information Technology and Professor at Rome Business School. So, welcome everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, let's start with you, Dean. I would like to ask you this question, and then we can go to the other panelists as well. What's the issue with the decentralized finance? That when you mention DeFi, unless you are a crypto geek, you say, "Ooh, what's that?" You know, it seems a bit complicated.
It seems to be complicated from the first point of view when you're talking about a DeFi or a decentralized finance, but actually the topic of and the term of decentralized finance is to put out the banks from the field. It was the first originating idea, and nowadays we are streaming completely as an industry from different kind of blockchain-based, crypto-based, and all of those kind of technologies that are surrounding blockchain technology to be decentralized, somehow to be out of the banking world. But it's not so easy. It is a long-running discussion and story because the technology, as we know, evolving day to day. But understanding first the problem about understanding on DeFi is it's a new ecosystem that we have to say. Happens in the last approximately mostly 10 years by having a blockchain-based technologies on the market and putting on our desks, in our devices and everything. And the actually abbreviated with DeFi. I can say it's a special ecosystem in the blockchain, actually, that enables digital finance services by creating a specifically geared somehow towards in the financial sector. What is really on? The DeFi, the decentralized finance, is based on the blockchain, actually, and transactions are based on the smart contracts. Those two terms avoid completely having a normal finance of fiat finance in transactional processing. But there's still a misconception that all of things could be a part of the DeFi, of the decentralized finance. The one term is always missing when the people explaining DeFi. It is based on the blockchain and the smart contracts. That's right and that's true, but that's a missing point, missing word. It is based on the public blockchain and the smart contracts. If we are thinking about DeFi based just on the any kind of the blockchain based, it could be misfunctioning and misleading to the right point about DeFi. And also there is a story about the layers into the blockchain world, and is mostly connected by the layer one cryptocurrencies, crypto world, layer one blockchain based mostly on the dApps and the Ethereum. Yes, that's right, they belongs to that area, but also the Bitcoin based currency are completely involved into this world, and the smart contracts are also works with completely layer one crypto world. we have just to remind, at layer 1 are Bitcoin and Ethereum both, and both are based on the proof of work and the mining still protocol, and we need that part for the DeFi. That's the point.
Yeah. Even though obviously Ethereum is moving to proof of stake, there are other layer 1, the Ethereum killer. So perhaps this concept about sustainability of this fast evolving space of crypto and decentralized finance. And here I want to refer to the element of energy consumption, which obviously is a big ghost in the cupboard for anything that is talking crypto, and so much energy is consumed. Do you see DeFi embracing more proof of stake or energy, more energy saving layer 1 in the future, or you think
it's a big discussion on that topic about sustainability and consuming energy and the computing power actually that happens in the crypto mining industry. We are already at the stage moving most of the proof of work based, that's mean mining, and the mining pools, hashing pools based crypto world on the lower power of energy. That means the barriers that we already had about having a number of small number of transactions per second in one block that should be mined, and so many miners should be consume a lot of power of computer energy to mine one block. It's not already. It's not still in the mine in the world. We have already low power, so-called low power energy working with the proof of work and consuming less energy, green energy, sustainable energy for mining, and producing much more transactions as the previous. That's one side, and also that's the new step, making a hybrid from level 1, from the layer 1 based cryptos to other layers, bridging with the new, like a proof of stake or any kind of consensus that should be. The much more important part to be sustainable is to have a decentralized manner of creating crypto, not only just consuming energy or spending energy for mining blocks or creating that. The public is most important thing.
Okay, Dean, thank you so much. Let's bring up Robin Chiera. So, Dr. Robin, how are you?
I'm fine. I struggled with some technical
Exactly, we were waiting for you. Listen, we started to touch the point about obviously demystifying DeFi with Dean, and then we started to introduce the concept of sustainability in DeFi linked to the energy consumption. First of all, tell me why DeFi is such a scary word in general, when we are going out of the crypto expert arena?
Well, I think it is scary, as everything is scary. A lot of people do not know enough about it. I think that's exactly an important point. We are all scared. I have a almost 5-year-old daughter, and she begins to be scary when the lights are out. And I think it's the same thing with crypto and DeFi and everything a lot. And I would say I'm very, have a strong background in the insurance and finance industry, especially in the insurance industry. And I think a lot of people, also decision makers, are still scared because they don't know enough. That's why it's so important to have panels like these here.
Okay, I think that's a good point. Even though I was just having a conversation with an ex-regulator, and actually, for instance, the FCA in the UK is open to kind of understand what crypto is, what, cryptocurrency, but they're concerned about volatility. So volatility and uncertainty is definitely a part of the DeFi space. What will be your comment on that?
Well, I think it's as a regulator, it's important to do one thing, or that's what they say, at least here in Germany. We're not on the side of the traditional financial institutions. We're not on the side of the new kids on the block. We are on the side of the customers. And I think it's super important if we are able, as in, crypto and blockchain and tech industry, when we are able to provide digital products and services, financial products that prove to have a certain function. And by the way, also volatile financial products have a function in an economy, then regulators, and at least in Central Europe, but also I think all around the world, are super happy that the customer, clients, consumers actually have an alternative.
Okay, going back to DeFi, what are the greatest element that DeFi is bringing to traditional finance? The greatest addition, I'm thinking about obviously good APY, yield farming, and what are the elements that are revolutionizing finance for the goods actually?
Well, I think it increases the pressure on traditional financial institutions. To be quite honest, what are actually bankers until now? And sorry to my friends in the finance industry, we are very good salespeople and of financial products. And what actually, I mean, of course, shout out to my bankers that do a great job in financing all of our real estate deals. So, okay, shout out to them. There are, of course, also people that do complex stuff. But if you look at the retail banking space, also at the direct banking space, we see a lot of, sales going on, and actually of products done by somewhere in dark rooms. And what we see right now is we see actually democratization of financial products, and I think that's something super interesting. But to be quite honest, if I would know where this ship would be sailing, I would already reserve my private island. So I actually don't know, but I think it's super important that it puts a lot of pressure on finance. But I want to add something. It starts only in putting pressure on finance. I think that all these topics will also put a lot of pressure on a lot of other industries, maybe all industries. And, finance feels it already a little bit, but I think a lot of other industries are still sleeping.
Okay, let's talk a bit about stablecoin, which are a key element of decentralized finance. They are those crypto assets pegged to fiat, and they are mainly pegged to the US dollars. Now, regulations are talking about regulating, obviously, stablecoin because of the nature. How you see the evolution of stablecoin from now on?
That's super difficult. I don't know. I think let's take one step back. I think a lot of people not super in the space don't even know the difference between stable coins and non-stable coins. I think it's super important to.
Okay, let's do that. We are here demystifying finance, so the DeFi. So let's start with that. Robin, do you want?
No. I also let's have an open discussion.
Yeah, exactly. So Dean, do you want maybe to attempt to give us an answer?
Dean, we cannot hear you.
I was unmuted. Sorry. Just a short recap about the stable coins as a class of cryptocurrencies that attempt to offer a price stability and backed by reserve asset. The stable coins have gained traction as they attempt to offer the best of both worlds, the instant processing and the security of or privacy of payments of cryptocurrencies. And that belongs to the volatility-free, stable evaluation of fiat currencies. The stable coins at the first are cryptocurrency that attempt to peg their market value to some external reference. And stable coins may be pegged to a currency like euro or US dollar, or to a commodity price such as gold or something from the transferring from real asset to the digital world. And also achieving their price stability. Stable coins do that via collateralization or backing, or through some algorithmic mechanisms of buying and selling the reference asset or its derivatives. And therefore, we put the stable coins into the market, because the short time volatility makes the stable coins popular cryptocurrency and for the everyday to use in the public.
I think that was a great description. Robin, do you have anything to add on that?
No, actually not. So I just would leave Dean by that.
Okay, so you talk about collateralization and how those stable coins are actually backed by real fiat.
Fiat and then the collateralization, that's also a long-running discussion between the different kind of protocols. They are baking their own currencies and cryptos. In some last conferences, we heard from Dr. Craig Wright one sentence that says, he said, he is promoted Satoshi Nakamoto, a really great guy, and he said the Bitcoin is not a cryptocurrency. It's not a currency at all. It's just a DLT, distributed ledger. And actually, that's the point. We are pushing so many things and producing a collateralization from different kind of tokens, transferring else so many different kind of things into the crypto. Yes, it is possible, actually, but it's not always. It's not necessary. Some things, some assets are not necessary to be transferred directly from kind of fiat value to be presented into the DeFi, just to be converted into the crypto. And as we said, the fiat collateralized stablecoins maintain the fiat currency reserve, like some dollars and then other coins. And the issue is always collateral issue is actually the number of crypto coins. We are always referring to some number of the crypto in the collateralization process of how many of coins we have to issue based on the reserve. If we are just doing that, we are copy pasting existing world. It's just another form. There is no advance.
Yeah, that was my question. That was a little bit my question about stablecoins and fiat back. I'm like, okay, I understand that. I understand the concept. I understand the point with the volatility. But aren't we actually, like, as you said, copy pasting of problem? And by the way, also dependency, and people want to get away from this dependency. I mean, to be quite honest, and we do also a lot of real estate over here.
That's right. That's right. Therefore, I just did a little bit introduction, not to say it's a copy pasting of the real world into something another. Therefore, we need a much more deeper understanding of the DLTs, about the technology, not just taking a crypto trading. Okay, I have nothing against. I'm doing also that. I mean, this part of the world. I'm writing patents in the intellectual property for the blockchain and the Bitcoin. I'm part of the Bitcoin Satoshi vision world, and dealing with petahashes company mining transactions per day. But we need a real distinction between what is a really Bitcoin technology, what is the abbreviation, what is the implementation of technology, where could be implemented really, how it could be implemented. We are still struggling that. Normally, the novel technology, we passed the hype part, but the implementation in the various kind of industries on the enterprise level is the next step that should be happens. We have to open the all industry verticals and then to talk about stability, about as copy pasting from one to another. Is it suitable or not? If it is able or not to be implemented different kind of industries. I did some workshops, just like an anecdote. And one day workshop about pushing some different kind of business models from automotive industry and some others into the blockchain. And at the end of the day, I've got a question. Why we are talking about blockchain, and at the end, you just took our money for this conversation and a nice workshop. We learned a lot of, but you told us at the end of the day that our business case, our model is not suitable for the blockchain. We were ready at the beginning of the day to push a few millions of something, of assets of any kind, no matter what is it, some wealth, some value, into the blockchain, into crypto. And the answer from my side was very, very simple. It's much better to give me some small amount of money to open your mind and open your eyes to have a distinction, not to make an error that will happen to you after 1 year, to say, yes, we were wrong. Our case is not suitable for the blockchain. We need a really deep discussion about that. What kind of industry will be suitable for bringing to the DeFi direction, for any kind of cryptocurrencies trading, or any kind of implementing of the blockchain? That's the point. Because it's not only just about having some value. We have to talk also about vulnerabilities, about sustainability, some economic business approach from different industries, and all those things should be considered how the mankind can have some benefit.
Yeah,
we are still moving the complete mankind in the circle with just the one amount of fiat and wealth that we already had. We are not producing a new values still with the new technology. We have completely to move into the producing a new values, one step more. We have technology, we have already some rules, some regulations should be made on the fly also. We are moving step by step, but we still have to approach a different kind of use, not only for the sustainable. Sustainable is just one step to open the doors and open our minds how sustainable technology could lead us to new implementation of different kind of industries. That's it. Sorry for a long discussion.
No, I think it is very interesting, obviously, and as they get widely used, then we have got the issue about should they be regulated, because that is a part of the sustainability. Sustainability is about creating something that's got longevity, and I think a regulation is important. So, are stablecoin issuers becoming the next generation of banks?
That could be. It's still on the national level to strictly clear and define the regulatory points about differentiation between fiat, cryptos, and all other things that now we have a programmable money, we have a digital euro, digital whatever. We have to be clear on that level. Then we can approach that crypto could be something else or not could be.
I think we are touching an important discussion, which says, are we talking about a DeFi evolution, or are we talking about a DeFi revolution? I think
revolution.
When we talk about stable coins, banking, also national currencies going digital, I think we're talking about evolution, about optimizing the existing with new functionalities, as you said, programming aspects. Or are we talking about a revolution, about things that are not controlled by governments, for example, or by central banks? And I think that's one of the core discussions, and we will see how that goes. I mean, if we look at the history of the internet overall, at the beginning, we had the wild, wild west. Everybody could do everything. Shout out to Napster and my friends in the 90s. But what I want to say with that is you have chaos and freedom also, that also, you know, the negativity of freedom in these first phases. And when we see the history of the internet, you see regulation, control, security forces coming in and trying to control it. The big question is, if you do not only look at the history of actually the internet, but the history overall, the history of currencies, for example, there are always points where the governments or, you know, systems, economies were not actually able to cover or get the new technology, and massive changes happen. So I do not know in which direction it will be going, but I think it's super useful to think about what is actually evolutionary and what is revolutionary, and about which topic are we talking, and which projects are we actually supporting. And may I have one note about the stable coins and also about government issued digital currencies. Maybe there are some new functionalities I do not grasp, but the big question is, why should users use it? You know, why should users use it? Exactly. I mean, I understand the revolutionary aspect, volatility, the creation of wealth, security, storing of value. That's the revolutionary part. But why should I actually get a digital fiat currency? I don't get it. So of course, I know that different projects that doing different things. I get it. But I think that's a big discussion: revolution or evolution.
I like that. I like that. And let's speak up on one of your points. Why should people get into DeFi? Why you should invest and you should play in the DeFi space rather than leaving your money in the bank or buying a real estate that is overvalued, if it is overvalued, because we don't know where the price are going to stop going up, or, you know, why? I think that's an important question. And then maybe we can go into like how cautious you should be before getting into DeFi, because if you don't know anything about crypto, maybe DeFi is not the best place to go in.
Well, I would say, first of all, it really depends on what is your goal. And the question should not, why should you enter the space, but why should you not enter the space? Fun fact, I always would go for the real estate because that's where I come from. Also big wealth creation. But to be quite honest, to answer your question, that was just a joke aside. But to answer your question, who should not enter it? I think everybody should enter, like everybody should do some sport, because it's healthy. It's healthy for your finance. You get new skills. If it's the next big thing, and I have a funny feeling that it might be, it's super important to have education, to know what you're doing, to learn things, and also to open your mind independently which industry you're in. From individual to company, you need to deal with this question. You need to do research and development on it as a company, and as an individual, you need to also do personal development. There's no doubt about it. It's especially for those people who do not like finance, and especially for those people who do not like tech. They should be actually first going to that direction, because it's like an insurance. You know, if it goes up and you look at the world, it looks like it, that it's the next big thing, super important for the finance and insurance industry for sure. And then you are part of it. But if you do not do it, what kind of opportunity costs do you have? And I think they are gigantic. Imagine large changes in the financial system and you're on the wrong side of it. I think as a company, as a country, or as an individual, that would be disastrous. So I think it's a safe bet actually to go intellectually, at least, all into the DeFi and crypto space.
Okay. Dean, do you have anything that you want to add?
No, I'm completely agreed, because it's just the following the previous sentence from Dr. Robin, that we are talking about revolution and evolution, and traditional finance actually is costly and inefficient, and too many people just left out and going and looking for something another. That the DeFi could be an answer maybe for something that we are looking for.
And I want to ask one more thing, because I think we do not see actually a conflict between tradition or evolution and revolution. We could say, okay, real estate is an investment in asset category, super conservative, belong to the old world. But if you think about real estate in a DeFi and crypto world, a lot of things are suddenly possible. I mean, I currently cannot buy a building at the other end of the world. I cannot, out of various reasons. But if you actually build a digital financial product out of it and say, I could actually suddenly become an investor around the world, or fun fact aside, I could get money for my real estate projects from half around the world. And I think then a lot of things come together that are super interesting. So I think evolution, revolution, great pictures to think about, but I think a lot of traditional things won't go under, that actually will scale up when you combine it with the technology and the concept behind it.
And open the investment opportunities for large population. That's the point. So it's previously been excluded from investing in financial markets or at all.
I think Robin, Dr. Robin, you gave a great example. You can't buy, let's say, the real estate next door because you don't have access to that, where in DeFi you can just, obviously it's up to you to scale up, but then when you are in, then you have got, as long as you have got the assets, then you can, get a loan. And I think one of like the question that I've been asking for quite a while is DeFi just mirroring the current financial system, or can be innovating the financial system? And while I was thinking about that, obviously the concept, for example, of fresh loans is quite new, something that Aave is providing that is not something that we can get in the current financial system, but there might be some other stuff that I haven't been thinking about, and maybe you can discuss here. So basically is how DeFi is innovating finance in terms of product. Yeah. So we have mentioned about this fresh loan.
I think it's okay. Let's have a look at the basis. So of course, crypto itself, cryptocurrencies or coins, however you want to, I think crypto is a great image to put it in. Is the first step. That's an obvious thing. But I think the layers on top of it, or actually on top of blockchain technology, what is possible there, I think we are just at the beginning. The real estate example is just one. To structure finance. To structure finance is a big topic. To structure capital at companies. To think about, do we actually still need reinsurers, or will reinsurers reign all? There are a million questions that are suddenly possible because you can streamline and take a lot of friction out of the process. I think the potential is endless, and I would also love to see what on YouTube, what all the people listening to it actually have to say, what kind of use cases they see around the world. I think we're at the beginning, and it's going to be super exciting. And I strongly believe there will be new products, new asset categories. I think that no doubt about that.
Yeah, but
already the beginning.
Go on.
We're still on the beginning of that, because the decentralization is still less than a 5% of the complete blockchain based technology involvement in the worldwide technology stacks, so to say. So we are just approaching step by step into the novel things, and the products probably should happen in the next time, the next period on the finance market that be supported for that.
Okay, another product that perhaps we can look at, maybe compare that with what actually banks offer, is the yield. So actually entering DeFi allow people to stake their own digital asset and earn some very interesting APY. So that is definitely something I would say is more attracting than leave your money in the bank.
Totally.
Yeah, because previously we had still now we have the centralized finance that poses a high level of risk for users due to some performance issues, market manipulations, data breaches, and so on and so on. And with decentralized and DeFi based, we are avoiding the complete of those things, and the people should be freely to invest and staking into the new parts of the coins and DeFi's.
And I want to touch a very sorry. I want to touch a very practical problem here. One very practical problem for a lot of entrepreneurs is with businesses that run well, you have negative interest rates in a lot of European countries. So I get really mad every month. I look at my bank statement because I'm paying the bank for holding my cash and they're making money with it. Or actually they should. So, and I have follow discussions of entrepreneurs throughout the country and actually throughout the continent that say, why not put some money into this gamble? Because it's lost anyway if we don't put it there. And that's also an explanation about the real estate prices going up. But I think that are factors. So the low interest rate factor and the negative interest rate on cash, because I think always cash is trash. I really believe that. I think you need to get rid of it as fast as you can. So I think that's an important point to make. There are other factors going into and maybe supporting and boosting all about what we're talking about right now. Because if the herd of buffaloes starts running, and it has not yet. I think that's something super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, sometimes people are kind of concerned about, what is actually going to be the risk. But, even if you just convert some fiat into a stable coin and you put them in a marketplace such as Aave or Blockify, and you just earn more interest that you can get in the bank, and then anytime you can just get your digital assets back. So it's not the risk. You can actually mitigate the risk quite well, and you don't need to buy some kind of crazy token and farm them for 150% APY. But you mentioned about risks, and what's happened with all this COVID situation and the government printing money. People need a way to protect their wealth. Otherwise, you might think, maybe, my house has increased its value, but if you look at the value of the currency, then you actually realize, well, not really. I mean, maybe the housing market is not the best example because it did increase in value, but prices are going up, so people need a way to protect their investment. And the stock market has been definitely a place to go. Now it looks is a bit toppy. I mean, what do you think?
Dean, do you want to go first?
That's a really wide area to discuss. You opened the stuff.
You open a door because we are let's just put it as a door and then we can close it straight away.
No one expected such a COVID or such a kind of situation that happens in the last year and a half or almost 2 years that happens. And it is just one not completely. This is core problem of having that. It's something that helps other problems to be pushed on the table to discuss about having all of those things that happens in the last few years. We are just a witness of completely new technology approach from the basic level up to the high, to the all verticals and to the all parts of our lives. And looking from perspective, maybe from smart technologies that approaches to our daily life, daily business, something has to follow that. And also the increase of usage and producing some data and producing some more and more datafication processes that happens nearby also give us opportunity to have increase on each levels of prices of everything. It's about a market. Maybe I'm a scientist and I'm dealing with different kind of technologies so deeper inside, and my opinion is not completely relevant because maybe I will push more some technology outside of the science. That's normal from the scientific approach. Maybe someone like Dr. Robin from the market directly can give some clear standing about why the prices are actually comes up. Is it only a COVID-19 situation, or we have a mixture of different points that we're approaching in the last few years? Not only the COVID is just one ingredient of all of those.
Well, I think it's not a monocausal reason, but I think, and that's, I think there's a huge link to DeFi and to crypto, DeFi finance overall. What we've seen since 2008 is an increase in an acceleration of the increase of fiat money in contrast to the increase of productivity. So actually, if productivity goes up, you can print money, and even you can print a little bit more as government. Nobody has noticed, but it's okay. That's okay. That has worked for a long time. But what we have seen since 2008 is an explosion in increase in quantity of money detached from the increase of productivity. And then what we have actually seen in the COVID is an increase of, I think the dollar has printed 40% of its money in the last month, but not an increase in the BIP actually, or the national product. I think that's super dangerous, and we've seen the increase in price, but not in value. I think in real estate since 2010, 2011, at least in Central Europe, where I know a little bit the market. And I think what we currently see with the increase in fiat money is actually one of the biggest robberies around, because if you, and that's, I think it's not a scientific, it's a scientific question, but I think it's not a technical question, DeFi, it's a political question, I think. And that's why I think it's so important to educate people that DeFi actually could be to secure you the few assets you have if you cannot buy big assets, because what happens currently is not, the problem is not the rising gas price. The problem is, in contrast, that all savings, especially pension plans, are evaporating right now. And that's a huge political situation. And the big question is, what can people do actually, and what role could DeFi actually play in the whole DeFi community? What kind of role could we play actually in helping a lot of people around the world whose modest means are running through their fingers currently?
Okay, yeah. That I think is great. Just to wrap it up, where do you see DeFi in 5 years? How do you see DeFi coexisting with traditional finance?
From my point of view, from completely technical and the scientific approach, the door is, as we said, just open for that. We have so many implementation areas that we can push DeFi. For instance, in the next few years, we will have embedded analytics inside of and data production inside of the sensors and devices in the lowest level at the point of data pattern recognition, actually, and the payment will be enabled directly on the level of the IoT devices on the lowest level, when we cannot as a human have a control completely how that could be happens. We will have, but it's not so easy. That's a point of spreading embedded payment into the devices and the smart devices in the next 3 to 5 years, and we have to be prepared for that. It's not only about a fiat or a crypto or any kind of that. The new way, the new approach of looking at the finance, the old-fashioned finance that we still have, centralized or partially decentralized at the moment, will be completely removed. And we will have autonomous payment that will transfer or completely remove the trails of old-fashioned payment on the risk that we still have in our mind.
Okay, I think that was a great point to make. listen, I thank you so much for joining this panel. And yeah, I know there are a lot of stuff that's still uncertain and volatile, but it's important that we talk about it because that's how we demystify DeFi. And with that, I'm gonna pass to Zoltan and Alex.
Yes, well, certainly DeFi, yeah, hope that it goes really, really, really mainstream, because like Robin said, we are in, excuse my language, deep shit with all this political
exactly,
stuff.
Exactly. I didn't want to go close with Robin because he was going to say something like that.
It's on you to say that. It was on you to say that.
Yeah, I have no filters.
Exactly. I think that's yeah, it is crazy times indeed.
Yeah, but hopefully it will get better. And thank you guys for this awesome
Thank you
session.
so much.
Yeah.
Robin, you was going to say something.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it also shows the responsibility the whole community has. Not only, I always say, let's not do the mistake a lot of other tech communities did in the past, only stay together, talk about themselves in language nobody understands. I think it's really a big responsibility to go out there and really, get a lot of other people involved in order to spread the message, the opportunities, and also in the end, maybe to do some good.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's the reason, the purpose of HIPTHER Festival, because we are active in the tech communities, we are active in the gambling communities, and somehow we try to bring everybody together for a full week to discuss everything. Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you so much.
And now I will move the virtual microphone to Stephen A. Crystal, who I never met in person before, just in the virtual world. Nice to have you here, Stephen. And
nice to have you, Zoltan. How are you?
I'm well. I'm well.
Good.
Okay, so I'll leave you to it.
Okay, well, I'm coming live to you from Las Vegas, so it's good to be here from Las Vegas. Let's see. Have we got our panelists? Marius? I see Marius. I see his.
I'm right here. How's it going?
Hi, Marius. How are you? We've got Marius Dominica, lawyer at SEGEV. I know your partner very well. Flavian Gillishow from Pandascore. Flavian?
Yeah, I'm here. Hey.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good, thanks.
We've got Alex Irashenko from BetBazaar.
Hi, guys. Alex. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you. And Bart Barden.
Hey, Stephen. How are you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good.
Good to see you. I will say at the outset, the group that we have here is top-notch, Class A, when it comes to the topic that we're going to engage in for the next, I guess, hour on esports, technology, and with a North America perspective. So I'd like to welcome everybody. I'll just introduce myself at the outset, and then I'd like each of you just to introduce yourselves, talk about kind of your current interest in the esports landscape, and maybe just kind of set the stage for us as to what you see as the biggest opportunity and the biggest challenge as we go into a new year in 2022 with respect to esports, technology, betting, whatever it is you want to focus on. And then I have some prepared questions, and I'd like to get some dialogue going between you. But my name is Steve Crystal. I'm based in Las Vegas. I've been in the gambling industry 30 years this month, so it's a bit of an anniversary for me. I come from the brick and mortar casino world. I had spent years doing everything from investing in technology, including esports. But the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, I've been one of the leaders in the expansion of sports betting in the United States, representing close to 70 B2B and B2C brands in their expansion efforts in the United States and Canada. And so I'm going to try to look at things a little bit through that lens. But with that, why don't we just kind of go around? Let's start with Marius. And Marius, tell us a little bit about your perspective, who you are, and how, what you see as the biggest challenge and opportunity as we look ahead.
Hi, nice to meet you guys. My name is Marius Adomnik. I'm a lawyer at SEGEV LLP in Vancouver, Canada. I've been a lawyer for about 10 years. I've been doing esports for the last 5. I like to joke that I'm one of 3 esports lawyers in Canada, but that's actually not that far from the truth. So aside from working in esports, so we also do a lot of gambling law. We're very active as sort of the intersection of esports and gambling. I also work with a lot of sort of local organizations here in Canada and esports, the Vancouver Esports Association, consult for various companies. Yeah, that's me in a nutshell. That's what I do.
And just to kind of kick us off, Marius, as you look into the future a little bit, what do you see as the biggest opportunity, and what do you see as the biggest challenge?
I would say the biggest opportunity in esports right now is just the content creator space. Those are really the people who are making the real money right now. Like if I was starting a business, I would in esports, I would do something around content creation. A lot of professional esports players are actually retiring to stream on Twitch because the money's better there. The biggest challenge that I see sort of moving forward is just sort of figuring out how competitive esports is going to work. Like, is it going to be structured leagues? Are the publishers just going to take over everything and run everything themselves? Is there going to be any room there for third-party tournament operators? And how's this stuff going to work? Like we've had a few publisher-driven leagues start up. Some of them are doing not great. Like the Overwatch League, there's been some good and bad news about them in recent months. So yeah, just I think the competitive esports industry is still very much in flux, and we don't really have a clear established business model for how it's going to work. And the biggest challenge in the next few years, I think, is going to be figuring that out.
Thanks, Marius. Flavian?
Yeah, I'm Flavian. I'm the CEO of Penascore. We are a data company. We started 6 years ago now. And our focus is on collecting esports statistics about professional matches. So we analyze pretty much any esports that is big enough to have competition. We collect performance statistics, results, team information, player information, so on and so forth. And then we distribute those data through an API to a wide variety of businesses, of customers. So we work with professional teams. So for example, Mad Lions, one of the best team in Europe. We work with media companies, core apps. We work with fantasy betting companies. It's pretty wide. And every type of customer, every vertical will have a little tweak on the kind of data we provide. For example, with betting businesses, we don't just provide statistics, we provide probabilities, we provide the odds. And with media or for teams, for example, we might provide more analytics and insights and so on and so forth. That's roughly what we're doing. I think one of the interesting things is the way we approach also data collection is around automation, because there is in esports, since it's a digital world, there is potentially a limited amount of data. So if you want to collect and process this huge amount of data, you need to have automation at the core of your strategy. So from data collection, we leverage some computer vision technologies. From then transforming data into probabilities, say, or insights is going to be through automation and modeling. So that's a big angle we have. And yeah, I think that's roughly what we're doing. And maybe to answer the question you said on the opportunity and the risk, I think the biggest opportunity for me is on fan engagement, because it's basically we're looking at esports in the same lens that we're looking at sports. So we're looking at the same type of fan engagement, but actually esports fans are engaging with content very differently, as Marius introduced already. I think how to engage the esports fan through their computer and not TV, it's already a first big step. They're not using the same platforms. They're using Twitch, they're using Discord, all the sort of things. I think it's one of the best opportunity to engage differently, and also in a more direct way. I think one example I like is that you never see Cristiano Ronaldo training and you can't ask a question to him. Whereas an esports player, pro player, you can ask him a question on Twitch and he will answer you. Not always, but he will sometime. This kind of direct interaction is something very exciting and very different than you have in sports. So for me, that's one of the biggest opportunity. And the risk, and I think we all share this, is structuration, how esports will be structured. And there is a lot of good progress that have been made. I mean, we can think about ESIC, for example, Esports Integrity Coalition and others, but there's still a lot of of questions on the tournament organizer side of thing, on integrity, betting integrity, and so on and so forth. So I think that's the counterpart.
Thanks, Flavian. Some really good observations, and we'll pick up on that when we start the questions. Alex?
Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Yaroshenko. I'm CEO and founder of BetBazaar. BetBazaar is an industry matchmaker. So we found from one way as suppliers, from another way the clients, and match them together. Recently, our most successful matches was within the esports industry. This way, we matched one of the biggest companies in the world from a betting perspective with a company called Better, which producing their own esports events. This was very popular in the past actually year. And I'm talking here about e-football, e-basketball, and those kind of competition, which is organized like in the private venues, which was a huge success recently for sports betting industry. And within this vertical, I actually see a lot of opportunities and some threats. So it's been said that content is the key. And this is the way that, like our partners creating a huge amount of content, but you need to understand what is interesting for fans, what is interesting for bettors, what's integrity issues appear. So lots of things in here. From the other hand, we have suppliers who do professional. So they have a team of traders who trade like Flavian do with the Pandashko. They do trading of the different events and like the world events. And here's the big opportunity of, data collecting, of algorithms, of how team performs. This all gets, like on a super professional level, like, true football is now traded automatically, pretty much everything. Esports, there is some, way to go through and to be done. So here, what I see the biggest opportunities in the sports betting market in this domain.
Thank you, Alex. Bart, your company's been on fire. I think I see an announcement every day. So tell us what's going on at Esports Technologies.
Thanks, Stephen. So I'm Bart Barden, COO of Esports Technologies. Just a bit of background on me. I kind of come from, call it the trifecta of, experience in what we do. We're primarily an esports betting platform, and we also, run direct-to-consumer websites that offer esports betting. In that case, I kind of came from, I worked at PopCap Games, EA, after that. So I have, video game publisher knowledge. I worked at Betfair, ran the Betfair exchange for a while back in 15, 16. And then I also worked for a esports broadcasting group kind of right before COVID. So kind of bring that experience into the business. From Esports Technologies perspective, kind of our main goal is, like I said, we have a direct to consumer arm where we're looking to get customers on to consume our brands, a global brand called Gagawi and others. But what we're really also looking to do, and it goes into your challenges and opportunities, and Flavian touched on it, and so did Alex. What we're really trying to build is the technology behind making the esports betting experience catered to that esports bettor. Okay, so everything from better odds, markets that make more sense to them, being able to offer better value, right? That a sports bettor gets to see that an esports bettor might not, or even bringing a betting experience into more of the broadcast, or the way that Flavian said people actually consume esports broadcast is not the same as someone who is watching a soccer match, etc. So challenges and opportunities that I see, and I'll take it from the betting side, of course, is number one, the biggest opportunity is there's, look, Newzoo statistics say 550 million people are considered hardcore esports fans. Okay, but only a fraction of them are actually betting on the sport at all. So the biggest opportunity is uncovering how to give them a very good experience so that more of that audience become and like to consume a betting product, right? If you do that, there's lots of ways that becomes a really good way for esports to monetize, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's the 100% biggest opportunity. The biggest challenge is what we're trying to sort and solve, which is right now, most of the product is a washed out version of sports betting, right? It isn't built for the customer. It isn't built for who they are, how they consume, what they're doing. So we're really trying to actually develop in-house technology that we can use ourselves, but eventually maybe we'll license it down the road to make that betting experience better, give the esports better, a better betting experience, to excuse the pun. So that's what we're doing, and that's what I see as a challenge and opportunity.
That's awesome, Bart. And I'm going to start the questions with you, Bart, and then work my way back. Two areas. One area that's kind of near and dear to my heart is peer versus peer wagering on esports, kind of skill-based gaming or competitive gaming using esports as the content. It's something I've been passionate about since my days investing in UMG Gaming, and more recently in a company called GamerWager, which, much like yourself, is going through a licensing process in Nevada. I think you've picked New Jersey to launch, but I'm really interested in what you think the future of that technology is, and where it fits in the ecosystem. And then second, I'm interested in the topic that you kind of raised, which is really, how do you think an esports bettor might be different than a current sports bettor? What are the characteristics that you're looking to seize upon and solve with technology?
Okay, so let's see. I'll try to address the first one, which is more peer-to-peer wagering, right? So just to set the table for everyone, in case there's say some newbie gamblers, right? I call peer-to-peer wagering and offering odds on professional events are kind of two separate things, right? From a customer perspective, the goal is the same. Someone wants to win money, right? They want to take money. They want to either win it by betting on themselves, right? Or in a way, or they want to win it because they think they know more about a professional event, okay? So the concept is the same. The construct's the same. Getting that user or that customer to stay with you, running a good service, all kind of the same. But the service itself and the product, to your point, is very different, okay? And it's different from how you structure, right, a peer-to-peer service. And it's also different in how it's licensed. Now, given that this is this is much more focused on North America type of, this discussion is more North American, a peer-to-peer wagering product is definitely much more North American friendly, because roughly speaking, it gets bucketed under a skill gaming law, right? Versus your betting on a professional event makes you have licensing, et cetera. So more innovative companies can join the fray on peer-to-peer betting. Okay, so I'd say the main differences, or to answer your question, the challenges is, well, it's easier to get into. There's lower licensing barrier of entry. But the biggest challenge, I believe, on the peer-to-peer product and making it good is that you need liquidity, right? It's very much more like poker or an exchange than betting, right? If we're a house and we take bets on 10 users, hey, they think we don't know what we're talking about. They think they know what we're talking about, but they can still have a good experience. But if you don't have a lot of people doing peer-to-peer betting with each other, you run out of opponents, you run out of, a good experience. So what you see is some of the guys out there, Players Lounge, or some of these guys that like enable some of these services, the ones that are starting to get more liquidity are the ones that are starting to have a better product. Then they can get more innovative and they can do all that kind of stuff, right? So I think that's the biggest thing, is you have to develop a product to incent liquidity. Very different than running a risk book, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's the first part of your question. The second part of your question is, what makes the esports better? Okay, so someone who's betting on a risk business, not necessarily the peer-to-peer guy. What makes the experience different? And the way I like to say it is, it's very similar to 10 years ago when, let's say, a lot of the value in sports betting was at a horse racing perspective, right? And this is like outside the US, but I'll use the Europe example. And then over time, a lot of the customers were acquired. They were younger customers. They bet on football, or what we call soccer. And we call soccer in America, they call football here, right? And that's kind of where esports bettor is, right? You needed to build a younger product. It was mobile. They needed to be fast. They needed to be fun. It needed to be accessed at the stadium. That's how that bettor consumed it. And now in esports, and I mentioned it before, is you have to develop a product for not an even younger from an age perspective, but a different audience, right? They're consuming content for screens. They're watching different streams. They're much more data driven, right? All of these things you need to take into account to offer them something that will be sticky and exciting to them, right? These are the guys that they're not trading on Ameritrade, they're trading on Robinhood. right? So these are the type of people you're working with. So you have to develop a product that can speak to them at kind of point of consumption. So broadcast, odds, feeds, information, but in a clean way. They don't like mess either. So I'd say that would be my second, to answer your second question, speaking to them kind of in the way they consume the content will be a key part in as a success factor for an esports betting service.
Excellent, excellent. Alex, as you, in your opening, you kind of referred to a big success that you had this year, looking at the intersection of esports and technology. As you look to next year, what are you looking forward to seeing developing in this space that would involve BetBazaar? And of course, you can address and add anything to what Bart has said on the topics that we raised there. Alex?
Yeah, so we mentioned like a split between this P2P to personal to professional gaming. I think that the products that actually exist now, actually, I'm talking about this esports simulations, like sports simulation in esport, like e-hockey, NBA 2K and stuff like that. So they actually became so much popular because of one of the reasons, because they combine these two things. There's not a professional match where you can get like a lot of statistics, a lot of information. There's like two, let's say, amateur or semi-professional players that you can get some statistics. But the reason of the success, and this is touching second question, why this esports fans, esports bettors actually like this, because they can get it really, really fast and quick results. So you don't have to wait for a long time. This is game like for 8 minutes or 10 minutes and that's it. So you have much more experience in the betting, much more, you know, return on what you get. You can get some emotions and stuff like that. So this involves what's, again, what mentioned by Bart, like low learning curve. You don't need to understand much. You like jump into process quite quickly and stay in the process for how much you want. And you provide with a lot of data. I'm sure that we'll have another guy speaking on this into more details, but you get, you know, all the statistics, all the corners of the, you know, like throws and stuff like that quite quickly. So answering your first question, where we see our area of development, I'm sure that here we will be developing some kind of, you know, new games, new kind of entertainment, which gonna share the same criteria. So they will be fast, they will be engaging, and they will be, I would say, they will bring like casino-like experience. So, but with this with the sports involved into this. So there's not like a pure casino, because this audience, they obviously don't like to be involved purely into casino, but with this touch, with this feeling of that casino brings.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much. Flavian, yesterday we were in preparation for this. We were talking about products that PandaScore's data is being used for. We talked about the general topic of product innovation. We talked about fantasy and esports betting. We talked about micro betting. We talked about bet builders, all products that I utilize and talk about when I'm talking about traditional sports betting. I agree wholeheartedly with Bart that the customer is different. I know for a fact that there's a lot of crossover between an esports bettor and a sports bettor, but tell us a little bit about what your experience is providing data for these more traditional sports betting products, and how you see that developing maybe uniquely, if at all, for esports.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting, and hear from Bart and Alex just before. Esports fan are different than sports fan, for sure. And one thing we can see, for example, is in live, and I think it's the micro betting is probably something that will make a difference. Esports fans, they want interactivity. They're used to playing games that are complex, that have a lot of options, a lot of things to do. And for them, watching a game of League of Legends or whatever, for now, it's really uninteractive. And probably micro betting is going to be one way to fix this, and to have like very small events, fast-paced, very short feedback loop, And actually, I was discussing with some friends of mine that were looking at the Worlds of League of Legends that happened like a few weeks ago, and they was talking about a couple of matches that were very boring. So they were watching the game, they were on a Discord channel at the same time, talking to each other, playing League of Legends at the same time. So they were doing 3 things at the same time. And actually, I'm really interested in seeing how live experience, macro betting is one example, but there is others. That will potentially help regain interest on some matches that might be less interesting than others. And it's always the same with sports. There is matches that are amazing and there's some matches that are a bit slower. So you do another things at the same time. So I think that's one thing that I'm quite excited. And obviously, when we're looking at the numbers on our customers, on the betting customers, the bet volume is going to be concentrated still on the main markets, which are going to be who's going to win the match, what's the round handicap, or how many rounds at the end, and so on and so forth. So that's the same as in sports, actually. But what we see maybe is that some very specific markets, like I was mentioning the handicap one, might be a bit less popular in esports than it is in sports. Maybe because of vocabulary, actually, because most esports fans don't know what a handicap is, what it means. I mean, when I entered the market, I didn't know what a handicap was. So someone had to explain me and so on. So there is still similarities, and we can see that with the popularity of some markets and so on. But at the same time, what we see is we don't know what live is going to look like. So we kind of already see that we don't understand what's going to look like, the experience. And I really like what Bart said. There's a very tiny fraction of esports fans that are betting at the moment. So right now we are basically betting with some, like receiving bets from early adopters of the esports betting. We don't have the mainstream esports fan inside our platform, whoever we are. And I think that's very interesting, because right now we probably are seeing more esports fans that are also sports fans, or esports fans that are maybe used to betting more. And we don't see the one that are just not aware of what is betting, because there is a lot of esports fans that don't know anything about betting. One thing that is also as a consequence, and kind of a symptom of this also, is skin gambling. It's something that exploded like a few years ago and still very popular. And this might be a way to onboard esports fans, esports gamers, and it was more gamers than esports fans actually, into an action of gambling, casino or betting. Those are interesting things that occurs at the moment.
Can you just explain for the broader audience what skins betting is and how you see it, let's say, being repurposed for the current environment?
Yeah. Skin gambling, first, it's basically NFTs before NFTs. It's a virtual asset. You play a game like Counter-Strike, and you have an AK-47, you have a Desert Eagle, you have weapons, and you can earn in the game skins, appearances of those weapons. It can be a golden AK-47, which is much cooler than, I don't know, a purple one. So Valve had a very interesting idea, which was to basically allow those items to be traded between one account to another. So if you earn a gold AK, it's maybe worth 10 other weapons. So you can trade them and so on and so forth, which basically created a marketplace. The same way as with NFTs, you have liquidity. And that's what's very interesting is you play a game, you have things that are cosmetic, not necessary, but you can trade them, you can earn money out of it, because some are very rare, so you can sell them for $10,000. So that's created a whole economy. And then what happens roughly in 2015, 2016 was that people were saying, okay, you have assets, virtual assets, there were some money, so let's just use them as betting for roulette or for sports betting and so on and so forth, and which created a big industry. At the time, it was very unregulated. It was very, very bad overall, but now it's getting much more structured and regulated. But it created really a bubble, and I think what's interesting in there is really the path from like those esports gamers towards new activities that they were not really aware of and really not used to. And it really worked. Like the bet volume was insane and still is. So it's really, one way to engage differently, because you don't bet coins, you don't bet money, you kind of bet from skins. So the virtual asset allow you to do stuff. And that's, I think for esports fan is really something that makes sense.
Excellent. Marius, not like yourself, but I as a lawyer who for 20 plus years functioned as a regulatory lawyer, I'm interested in really exploring two areas with you, leveraging your experience and your vantage point. You talked about publishers. I'm just curious. I noticed that there's a gambling advisory committee in Nevada, and for the first time, Activision joined it, which is studying how to move forward with esports betting and how to move forward with peer-to-peer in Nevada. I also noticed that I also remember earlier in the year that I got a call from an agency representing Activision wanting to sell the gambling rights, the gambling category, to a company I was promoting in the US, Betfred, and I just found it interesting at how it looked like publishers were kind of getting off the bench or the sideline and actually actively participating in discussions around gamification, gambling, esports, and the content that they produce. So I guess I'll leave it as just a general topic for you to address from your perspective and what you're seeing in that area.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, like, in general terms, like, publishers are dipping their foot in the water with gambling, but they're still being very careful about it. So a lot of these publishers, their business is way, way bigger than gambling. They publish the games, and now they're sort of maybe at a crossroads, like, are we also a media company with sort of putting out all these leagues and all that stuff, and we're large publicly traded corporations. And I know, like, to start a few years ago, like, gambling was pretty much a no-no in respect to these companies. So, for example, when the Overwatch League first came out, they had a list of sort of like all the players. There's a list of sort of prohibited sponsorships. You can't be sponsored by any company that sells alcohol, cigarettes, et cetera, and gambling was on that list. So it was something where they wanted to be careful about. And I think their view is still sort of like, we have a lot more to lose in terms of like PR, the potential PR backlash than there is to gain potentially. So while this is a market we don't want to access, we want to be very, very careful about how we do it. And especially because a lot of these games are, you know, especially to somebody who doesn't know about games, they're going to view these games as being marketed towards kids. Like the graphics for a lot of them are very cartoony. They're kind of, and you know, the general idea is, yeah, video games are for kids. But if you look at the actual stats of who plays video games, that's not probably that accurate anymore. But in terms of like the public backlash potentially, if there's like ever an issue, a lot of sort of people who aren't very educated about the industry will see this as, oh my God, like, you know, these games are for kids and we're marketing gambling and what's going on, that kind of thing. So yeah, I think there's, but the same way there's been like a general sort of acceptance of betting in the traditional sports industry too, with regulation happening now. And, you know, there's teams in Las Vegas and no one's really complaining now about, oh my God, is this going to lead to all these problems? So as the rest of society is getting more open to that, I think it's going to happen in gaming too, but I think it's going to be a slow process.
I like to say to people that whenever I get a kind of a moral objection, I always point to the fact that Disney is one of the largest owners in the gambling industry, the sports betting industry, through a couple of sources, one being DraftKings and one being ESPN. So I'll kind of leave it at that. But how do you see, Marius, technology? How do you see the very use of automation technology, the things that we've been talking about? Can all of that be used in a way to make esports betting more exemplary than even betting on traditional sports? I mean, is that a possibility in the future?
That really sort of depends. I mean, there's stuff you can do sort of, you know, guarding who accesses your site and geolocation and all that. And but in terms of sort of improving public, I guess your question was sort of improving the public's image about it, or saying like, you know, it's safe, it's regulated, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think there's stuff that can be done. Again, geolocation software, very, very several measures. But I think there's sort of technology also opens up a lot of more avenues for issues to come up down the road. I mean, just the fact that esports betting exists, like that's something technologically that wouldn't have been possible like 5 or 10 years ago, especially I'm talking about these P2P betting sites that you mentioned. So you don't really have a counterpart of that in traditional sports. You can't like go to the YMCA and gamble on basketball games, right? You could, but you can't do that like in any scalable way. But with video games, you know, they're online, and you can do that. You can have all these sites where literally millions of people play against each other and just random friendly Madden games or NHL 2K or various other games. And I think sort of that's actually one of the big sort of sleeping giant legal issues in the industry, in my view, because right now a lot of these sites are operating as skill gaming, and they're just kind of putting in the terms of service, yeah, we're skill gaming, it's fine. Whether or not they are or not, I think, you know, no judge, no regulatory commission has opined on that yet. And really the answer kind of depends on the specific games at issue. Like every game has some level of random number generation. And I guess the question, it really depends on the local legislation in every jurisdiction, whether that's so extensive that it's not skill gambling or it is. And I think these sites are kind of in the same situation that all the daily fantasy sites were back in the beginning when sort of no one was paying attention, where they were operating as skill gaming, everything was fine. And then, you know, they started running all those ads and they got into the public eye, they got a bit of bad PR. And then suddenly the laws didn't change, but they had like 50 attorneys general going after them saying what you're doing is not illegal, and it was perfectly fine 6 months earlier.
Yeah, and I would note, I think that's an interesting analogy. I was one of the somewhat of the doubters because I felt regulated companies who did it by the books would win the battle, win the war, I should say. And in reality, FanDuel and DraftKings proved to benefit from making an early bet on fantasy mostly because it gave them access to customers. It allowed them to create a database that in a lot of cases surpassed the databases created by the Caesars and MGMs of the world. So I think it was, you know, I think we're going to start to see, and I know this is the case with Bart's company, and it's something I've been interested in Nevada with Gamer Wager, is you're going to start to see platforms come in that foster peer-to-peer and get the blessing of Nevada, actually get them regulated. Just like I think esports technologies did the same in New Jersey, if I'm correct. And Bart, maybe you can speak to that. I think it's an excellent point that you raise, which is, you know, what is the right trajectory? Obviously, you have companies like PandaScore, you have companies like Auden and others who are developing sophisticated data models. All the infrastructure is there. We also know that as a practical matter, esports fans are not teenagers. They carry the passion for that content into their 40s and 50s. Maybe they shouldn't, but they do. So I think you raise a good point. Maybe that's a good segue, Bart.
Yeah,
you want to pick up on that point.
Yeah, and I think, look, like Flavian would agree here, right? I mean, I'd say you asked a question of, could it actually end up being more safe, right? Could people feel better about esports betting, right? Look, I'd say if you looked at, you know, if you were starting a race, right, and you put the two cars at the line and you said, hey, you know, eventually what car could win this race, right? And you said it's a mile. Well, all the infrastructure's been there for regular sports betting for ages, right? People have been handicapping the NFL forever. But if you look at how the esports industry is structured, right? And what I mean by that is from a data access perspective, if this was a marathon, you could say that actually esports is set up to be much better, right, at monitoring everything. Everything is on a server. Every data point is on a server. Matches can be re-simulated, re-ran, re-looked at. It's all there. Now there's terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of data, and Flavian can agree. It's like when we're doing our modeling, you know, we're lucky enough to have some people in our business that had modeled, you know, PGA, right? So if you look at PGA golf modeling, like that was hard back in the day because you're trying to model a 1 to 100 outcome, right? It's not just like modeling, you know, a match between the Seahawks and the Patriots and who might win, right? You're talking about multiple outcomes with multiple things. And to model PGA, I think eventually what they ended up landing on is something like 20 main factors that ended up kind of getting an accurate model. But if you look at like modeling a Fortnite event, right? Or an esports event, or even a proper Dota 2 live betting model. You're taking 200, 300, 400 different data points at one time, because you have it. You have where people are, XY coordinates. You have what their power up scale was at the exact time that they decided to attack. You have all of this data that's there. And really, right now, the hard part is it's just not readily made available in the same format. So you could say that over the marathon, right, if it was more standardized, more structured, where the publishers got involved to provide the same data to the same people at the same time, required all their tournament organizers to do the same things. Now you are really set up to have a much more clean, integrity-based product, right? That's well-versed in everything. It just has to become something that the opportunity cost makes sense. And like you guys were saying, look, these publishers are looking at, launching in China could make them $200 million. They're not looking at what they could make of a 2% royalty on 800 million of esports betting or whatever it is. Like, that doesn't, they're not going to get out of bed for that. So over time, I think, and that's some of the things that we're trying to do, is if you start to base it all based on the data, and you look at basically creating the data structure to improve the product, right? Now you have something that in 5 years, 7 years, when more people have found it to be something they want to do, you're now at a point where the integrity can really be improved. At least that's my kind of, opinion and investment.
Yeah, excellent. Guys, you now have had a chance to listen to each of you kind of position the question of technology and esports and how each of you approaches it as we look into a new year ahead. Maybe this is a good opportunity. Maybe I'll ask each of you. Let's say Flavian, I'll ask you to ask a question of Marius, and Bart, I'll ask you to ask a question of Alex, and then maybe we'll switch it around. You're excellent from a knowledge perspective, and your companies are leaders in what you do. So I'm going to hand it off to you to have a little bit of interaction between yourselves. Okay. Flavian, you want to start?
Yeah. What to ask to a lawyer? I think it's regulation and structuration of the ecosystem will go through more standardization. And I'd be curious to have your thought, Marius, on how do you think esports being a global object, it's not American, it's not French, it's not Spanish, it's not European, it's not Asian, it's like global. How do you think it's going to potentially consolidate or organize at a global level? Especially since, as you mentioned a bit, like the IP owners are the publishers, tournament organizers on some games are independent, they're bigger, like ESL, for example, and others. I'm curious to hear your thoughts in general and global structuration of the esports industry.
I think in the short term, at least, there's really not going to be that much. Like, there's not going to be like one world governing body or anything like that. I think here and there people are just trying to start these kind of governing bodies. I think there's a World Esports Association or something similar started a year or two ago. But a lot of sort of people I know in North America in the industry were like, we kind of don't know any of the people on this board. It was more people from traditional sports who are kind of getting into esports. And in the event, I'm not sure there's that much for a world governing body to do. There's no like World Cup of esports at this point. There's no Olympics, although there's talks about having some limited events in the Olympics. In terms of organizing and running the industry in the short term, really it's the publishers who are in charge ultimately. Like they own these games, and I think that's one of the core differences between traditional sports and esports that people sort of need to be aware of, just the importance of publishers in this ecosystem. Because of traditional sports, nobody owns soccer. If nobody owns like American football, like if the NFL does something really bad, maybe and just half the teams don't get along anymore, then can go off and start their own league in theory if they want to, or there's nothing stopping somebody else from starting a league competing with the NFL. There's nothing stopping somebody else from starting a competing soccer league. With esports, you literally can't do that. The publishers own the game, and they can shut everybody else down and prevent them from running any events if they want to. So the amount of market power they have has no comparison in other sports. And that's almost like a detriment. I feel at this point. So one example would be Activision Blizzard, who owns the Overwatch League. Because they were going to start their own league in that game, they basically shut down the rest of the competitive scene of that game. So there's no grassroots scenes. Nobody else could run any Overwatch tournaments really since the game came out, because Blizzard was going to run their own league. So why let anyone else compete with them?
How did that all work? How did that work out, Marius? Was that a good move from a business perspective?
Well, in my view, it wasn't, because I mean, one pretty funny thing I saw when the league came out is they were actually looking for players and they couldn't find any. And they actually put out a press release that said, like, if you're on the top 0.05% of ranked players in the game, like, come talk to us. Maybe you'll be on the team. Like, it was literally just random people at home playing the game. Hey, if you're good, come talk to us, because there was nobody else to choose from. There was no grassroots scene. So
yeah, I mean, Steven, there and Marius, like, there's a reason why the Dota 2 International prize pool is what it is. And it's no doubt because Valve has been much more open about providing data to it and creating, allowing mods and making it much more community driven, right? And that has created a scene that makes it also then from a betting perspective, right? There's no reason there's no it's not illogical to see why it's one of the top three, what we call the big three betting sports, because the data is made available, the events are very competitive, people are encouraged to play each other, and they're very open with how they treat a game like Dota 2 as the counterexample to what happened to Blizzard, and ultimately Overwatch hasn't, I would say, in my opinion, and sorry I kind of just jumped in, but just to say that, it's like they didn't build up that community aspect of it, and then what it does is it does affect over time the competitive and value that the professional side gets to,
Good point. Why don't we stick with you, Bart, to ask a question of Alex, and then I have a question each for Bart and Flavian.
Sorry, Bart. I just wanna touch the topic that you've been talking previously.
Go ahead.
In terms of like data availability, and I want to kind of approach this from the point of sports betting and the clients which facing some issues with the esports betting odds. Like they had the main providers which they all agree not providing them the best quality product for the esports because it requires some other, let's say, methods. And this is why actually what Flavian do, what Odin was mentioned as well, this is why, and what we do as well. But after all, what I need to admit, because I'm talking to esports traders pretty much every day, was they say this much data for now, it's not being used, I would say, even for 10%. So like, yeah, you can have this screen capture technology, you can have this technology which gives you information about game economy and how it develops and stuff like that. But after all, what your client wants to get from you, this is like percent of margin. This is your level of success. And when you realize that this percent of margin in a lot of cases come from gut feeling of your trader, this is something that we need to change. And this is something that's not happening fast and quick. And as was mentioned, like traditional sports with the football and basketball, this algorithms of creating odds for the regular sports been developing for years and years. And now just because you have so many data available and so many, different and updates, you can, I know guys probably prove this. Each update of the game ruins your algorithm completely. You know how to do it, and then suddenly in 2 months, nothing works out. You need to develop a new one.
What I like to say, I had the pleasure recently of sitting down with the head of esports, with the head of trading for Pinnacle. Pinnacle is obviously the highest standard in the sports betting industry, and obviously they've made a huge success on the esports side. So I think obviously there are ways to kind of meld that, and that's actually a good segue, Alex. It's a question that I'll ask to Bart, and then I have a separate question to Flavian. And Bart, here's the question. I spend a lot of my time helping companies like, big brands, let's say use like Betfred as an example. So if you're an established multi-billion-dollar sports betting company operating around the world, and you have the job of educating them on how they should approach esports, how should a sports betting brand partner with esports, and how should they integrate esports over time? What would be your advice?
Yeah. All right. But like Alex's point is well versed, right? We have, a handful of, we're doing it right now in our own modeling, right? Where we have a handful of very smart, PhD based, resources. And you're right. Every time, like CS:GO made a change recently, right? And it threw everyone's models off, even people, who would be frequent bettors that were doing stuff in Excel, right? So again, how we're trying to solve it is, some of our patents and some of these things that we're talking about, we're just trying to use the most advanced tactics, right? We're using very advanced machine learning to try to shorten the time window by which, so we've given in that we're going to have to rerun models, right? So what we've done is we've been fortified a team, methods, everything around just knowing that we're going to have to do that, and then trying to do it, generate it, back test it, and get it out as fast as humanly possible. And that is one advantage of our platform. So just Alex is totally right. And then the hilarious thing though is he's so right. Even if you have a very, very good starting price, the trader's still going to use his brain on like, well, I think this is going to do it, right? So it's also about the quality of trader that the company either that you're selling to or that is yourself in our case, right, is doing. So kind of segue to your question, Stephen, exactly about what do you think of from Betfred and how do you get them going, right? The first thing is chicken and egg, right? The very first thing I would say to them, to Betfred as an example, okay, is you have to answer the following question. Do you believe that esports betting will be what football was 10 years ago? If you do not, don't talk to me. Honestly, if you do not, there's nothing you are going to do to convince them to put a very good esports product together, because they're always going to be looking at what the trade-off is for the other sports, or what the, hiring a trader to do live betting versus hiring a trader to do esports, etc. Okay. So then if the answer, it's like a flow chart, right? If the answer is yes, you believe that, right? Then the advice becomes, okay, how do you get the esports expertise into your business? Okay. And that's across everything. That's at the trading level, at understanding it, at the product experience level. It is almost truly like running sportsbook and casino. The people that run your sportsbook for Betfred are very different than run their casino. Why? Because it's a different audience, it's a different product, it's a different set of games, it's a different experience. Yes, people are betting, but it's very different. So would you really set up an esports product any other way and have your football guy manage it? No, you would not do that. So if you're prepared to do that, then what you should do is, in effect, from the ground up, think about how you would create the ideal esports product and how it works with your platform. Now, luckily, there's a lot of experts out there that have built up this expertise over time that you can partner with, or that will do it for you, right? At least to get you going, right? Or if you don't do that, then you better budget up and get the right people in the door, because otherwise, if you just do it kind of half, if you try to walk the wire, you will never have a good esports product, for anyone.
Well, excellent. And I'll follow that up, excellent, with a question for Flavian. Some people say what you should do is go to one of these many B2C brands that are out there. I've been involved with some. You actually supply data to some, you all know. But what would be your advice? Is that a solution for a big sports betting brand to, in essence, absorb a B2C focused esports betting brand and, in essence, bolt that into their ecosystem? Is that a way to go, or what are the pros and cons of that?
it's a complex topic because we don't really know how esports is going to be, and it's hard to predict things. Because as I said earlier, like the mainstream fans of esports are not here yet. The vast majority are not here yet. We have customers, and I've discussed with bookmakers that have esports as a subsection of their websites, and it's performing very well. They have huge volume and good margin and so on and so forth, even though it's treated as another sports. I have the counter examples. I have some customers that have a dedicated esports part of the website, and it doesn't work. So it's interesting. I think there is a few things that matters. First is you need to have a decent product, like a good product, meaning variety of markets. You don't want just to bet on match winner. You want to have other things that are esports specific and not just like handicap and so on. You want to have availability of the markets that is very high, so you can bet often. During the 100% of the match, you can bet 80% of the match and not just 20%, which happens too often at the moment. And so you have to have good products. And then on the other hand, you need to talk to the fans. And I think it resonated with what Bart was saying. For me, the most important skill to internalize is community building and marketing on esports. It's not something that you want to work with other people on, I think. It's my personal belief. But for me, as a bookmaker, you're a brand, and you want to master branding. You want to master the communication around your brand. Like the odds, the data, and everything, as a B2C operators, as even a large group, it's too much to handle. It's too specific, too different. I mean, maybe you want to do that down the line, but it's not as important for the way I see it as owning the community and the user and the acquisition and how to speak to them. One example I love is Betway. They are doing an amazing job as talking to esports fans. They're sponsoring the right events, sponsoring the right team, building storytelling with data, sometimes not with data, fun content, and so on and so forth. They're everywhere, and they're doing it right. Maybe not all the time. They tried, and sometimes it failed and so on, but they are doing a very good job overall, because they internalize the skill, because they have people that are very smart about esports. And the data and the odds part, they're not doing everything themselves. They work with third parties. Some things they're doing themselves, and they're doing it really great. But I think this part of the community is something that you really want to see more and more. And it's not that complicated. You have very good people that are used to talk to gamers and used to create content for gamers in very similar industries, and those people can talk in the betting side of things to esports fans. So I think that's really something I found valuable, very, very valuable.
So kind of I know we've got a little bit more time, but I'd like to give you each the floor to answer this question, because it's always fun to do. But let's look 10, I don't know. I used to say, let's look 20 years into the future, but 20 years seems like a long time to an older guy like myself. But let's look 10 or 15 years into the future and tell me what the topic that we're talking about now looks like from a publisher standpoint, from a betting standpoint, from a competition standpoint, from a fan engagement standpoint, from a data perspective, whatever perspective you want to pick. Be a futurist for a moment and tell me what your world looks like 10 or 15 years from now. And I don't care what order you want to go in, just go ahead.
I have maybe one. I think for me, it's going to be about how esports can save sports in the long run. The way I see it, esports is going to be bigger than sports. New generations, they care about esports. They care less and less about sports. So there will be a lot of more parallel. It's not going to be how sports can learn from esports. It's going to be more how sports can learn from esports. And yeah, because it's just going to talk to much more people in the long run. And they will be much more native in technology and the future experiences. We're talking about NFTs, we're talking about blockchains, we're talking about live engaging experiences, modeling, and so on and so forth. In esports is going to be so natural in the long term, and in gaming in general. So that's the way I see it long term.
Mm-hmm. Great.
I just want to add that this is the question of what kind of meta universe we will be, all spending the time of sports gaming and actually enjoying this kind of experience. So I'm sure that something will be created on the top of the biggest platform. And yeah, this is the way of new kind of entertainment. soaking the sports into esports and seeing some kind of synergies there. So we're definitely looking into those horizons and those perspectives for now.
Great. Marius?
Well, 15 years from now, I don't think it'll be called esports anymore. I think it'll be called the digital content creation industry or something like that, of which esports is a part of, but not even necessarily the main part. And that's just because of the huge role that influencers and streamers are playing in the industry right now. I think that's just going to continue to grow. And it's just going to become accepted that they're just almost regular celebrities now. They're going to have their own marketing agencies and talent agencies and all that stuff. Pokemon, like a big influencer right now, just launched an agency. So it's going to be accepted. I think that that's a huge part of the industry. Like if you look at the total minutes watched on gaming content, 90% of it isn't competitive esports. It's sort of streamers. So that's one part of it, but maybe not super relevant to us. To us, I mean, what I'm, I don't want to make a prediction of this, but from a legal standpoint of it, I'm very curious to see where things will be in 10 or 15 years in regard to the role of publishers, and if they're just going to have the same amount of power now, or maybe there's going to be some kind of test case that, or some kind of finding that running esports tournaments is fair use, or some kind of limit, or some kind of limit on their power that gives other independent parties the right to do something in esports without their consent. Maybe even a crazy long shot, maybe there's some kind of change to copyright law, but I very much doubt that. But yeah, that's kind of the biggest issue I'm curious about, although I don't have a very specific prediction. If I was to predict, I'd say no, I believe things will stay much the same, but I'm curious to see if there's anything going to be any change on that.
Excellent. Bart?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say, if you're going 10 years out, right, which is really far, I kind of take, Flavian, taking Flavian's approach a bit too, of saying kind of like because of this audience and how, let's say, if you're trying to solve a problem, to speak to an esports customer right now, you are really trying to solve something that mainstream won't be relevant for 10 years. So I would say kind of, for me, it's kind of what, if you look at the betting space in general, right? If you name name the true game-changing technology advancement that's happened in betting over the last 10 years. What is it?
Maybe in-play betting, micro betting.
So in-play micro, or really, like I go back to, it was a mobile app, right? It was the ability to bet on a game in a mobile scenario, right? When and that was just building to a form factor, right? Okay. But since then, and that was that's mobile betting's been around forever. There hasn't been a huge like game-changing sea change where everyone was it literally fundamentally changed the way people consume betting content, right? Or whatever. So I think, to answer your question specifically, whatever problem, innovation, creation is going to come from solving these problems and trying to build a product to speak to this esports kind of customer who's consuming things different, consuming different content in different ways, right? That's all very digital driven first, right? Something will come from this that you're solving an esports betting problem that will change the betting industry in a very, very meaningful sea change way. Now, I don't know what that is, whether that's some really awesome way to do live betting or some, virtual betting glasses. I don't know what that might be, right? But I think when you look back, it'll probably be something that Facebook, Google, or Amazon own because they bought it from some developer or service in our space that solved the problem. That's what I'll say.
No, look, I think it's an awesome observation that maybe that esports will become the lens through which we're going to look at the future of the sports betting industry, which is why I think this panel has been such high quality. I've done dozens of these, and I know we've all participated in different ones. I think this was just an excellent discussion. It sounds like I'm not. It sounds like I'm wrapping it up maybe before we're done. So I don't know, Zoltan. Are we done? Because I don't know that we can add any more. This has been just a fabulous discussion and set up for many future discussions. So.
Yeah, the moderator for the next session hasn't arrived yet, so
do we have some time?
Can stretch.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Well, I think you all ended on a high note, but why don't I just leave it this way? Let's say everyone has a chance to kind of close off and yeah, say whatever else they want to say. I think you've all done an amazing job.
I wanted to ask Alex my question. Alex, can I ask you my question?
Fire up.
All right. So I really appreciate the product, the kind of call it the e-league type stuff, right? The quick hitting 8-minute stuff, right? As a way to provide an experience that kind of talks to this customer. And what I would want to know is in anything that you can share, do you see that product kind of almost being like a virtual, it's kind of, like you said, it's kind of casino-esque, right? But it's sports book-esque as well. And it kind of bridges that virtual, type of experience. Do you find that customers who also like playing casino games kind of consume that type of content versus, let's say, just odds on a professional, 90-minute League of Legends game? Does that make sense? That's what have you seen that?
Right. So yeah, I can comment on this because we've been doing some studies on those. Just because we receive a lot of feedback that it's much harder to transfer audience from casino, this live casino, into sports than from sports to casino, and this has been well-known fact through the sports gaming industry. But you have like a two borders. One is a sports and other is like casino. Then you come closer when you tell me like esports, and then from the other side you have this, like a live dealer, yeah. And then you come even closer when you have a virtuals from the side of casino, and then you have this little niche which we actually try to fill in. So like a real players, you have statistics, you have everything in place, and you have a feeling that gives as the real game. But on the same way, very short games, depending on the sport, from 8 minutes to 20 minutes. But again, this gives you very fast opportunity to give your, like emotions flowing. So yeah, this is one important thing. Another thing is where you decide to position this. So if you put it into an esports section, that's not going to work. You need to be putting this into sports, and this is touching the topic of saving esports by sports. And this should be, for example, eFootball should be in a football to attract this fans. E-basketball should be in basketball, and this kind of, if you put, because regular esports fans, and when I'm saying regular is like a Dota, Counter-Strike, League of Legends, they probably won't bet on these things. But the sport fans will, and this is the bridge between them than trying to bet on a Counter-Strike, because again, it's easy to understand, low learning curve. And yeah, this is experience that we got.
Thank you for that.
It's interesting that COVID helped us also understand that. At some point, there were only FIFA happening and a bit of League, a bit of CSGO, but it was still the first couple of months where COVID hit, all competition were off. And FIFA was one of the only thing with ping pong in Eastern Europe that exists. And we saw that sports punters were betting on those. And then League of Legends arrived, CSGO arrived, and those sports punters didn't really bet on League of Legends or CSGO. They were still betting on FIFA.
Right.
And it kind of shows like they're maybe not interested in esports, but they might be interested in esports, like esports simulation. But at the same time, the esports fans are not interested in FIFA and so on and so forth, but they're only interested in League of Legends, CSGO, and clearly not interested in sports.
That's right. I can give you a little bit of statistics. Like before the COVID, we have something like 5% of the overall, share of the popularity between sports. And then during the COVID, with the sum of clients, we get about 40%. But what is the good news that after all the regular sports are back, we still able to maintain from 15, sometimes to 18% of a number of bets. And I'm talking like overall esports plus this e-leagues and stuff like that. So another proof that this is here to stay.
Awesome, guys. Great job.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Stefan, Zoltan, for having us.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
It was awesome. Thank you. Okay, so Wayne is here for the next session. Wayne, you can just go ahead and introduce your panelists. I'm just going to tell you that it was a real high note for this esports panel, so you need to top that.
Well, we'll do our best. I've certainly got a great panel. I'm not sure if I could do it, but I know that certainly these panelists can help us take it to that level. Zoltan, thank you again. Thanks, Gaming Americas, for bringing this and doing this. We're really excited about this. And again, my name is Wayne Kimmel, managing partner of 76 Capital. Always love doing these events. I think it's amazing the work that you guys do. And I'm bringing, it's like we brought the band back together again. We got Matt Davey, President and CEO of Tech Corp, Lloyd Danzig, founder and managing partner at Sharp Alpha Advisors, and Daniel Bernard, investor and general partner at Mindspring Capital. Guys, welcome. So excited to do this again and run it back.
Great to be here, Wayne.
Thanks, Wayne.
Awesome, awesome. Well, look, I mean, I know that not everyone, I mean, everyone should know the three of you, but let's give a little bit of background on the three of you and allow you guys to introduce yourself, your company, and your overall investment strategy. Matt, if you want to kick that off, that'd be awesome.
Thanks, Wayne. Yeah, so Tech Corp Capital, we've been in the industry for the last 20 years or so, made up of a group of entrepreneurs and operators. We've been putting money to work into a range of companies. We focus on everything from small startup businesses to public listed companies. And we have different pools of capital to put to work depending on the right opportunity and the right focus. But super excited about the industry. I think we're still at day one, even though we're 2 decades in. And love the panel here. I think we'll have a great time today.
Perfect. Lloyd?
Yeah, thanks, Wayne. Always great to do this, and glad that we're starting to do at least some of these in person again. My name's Lloyd Danzig. I'm the managing partner of Sharp Alpha Advisors. We're a firm that specializes in sports betting and online gaming. We have a venture fund that invests pre-seed, seed, occasionally Series A in sports betting and online gaming startups. We also have an advisory arm of the business that does a lot of buy-side M&A advisory work and consulting for some of the sports teams and leagues here in the US on their sports betting and gaming innovation strategies. And the umbrella term that I like to use that I think ties together the theme of what we focus on is the future of competitive entertainment. Sports betting is certainly a big part of that, but so are a whole host of other things that at least previously used to be thought of as maybe adjacent to or ancillary to sports betting. But now that we're seeing what DraftKings and Fanatics and some of these other brands are doing, I think it's becoming clear that these multi-billion-dollar brands are going to offer a whole lot more than just spreads and over-unders. So seeking to finance, underwrite, and advise companies building the picks and shovels of the competitive entertainment gold rush, if you will.
Oh, that's awesome. I like this competitive entertainment. I mean, it kind of fits nicely in this, like, I don't even know if I'm going to pronounce it right, but the HIPTHER Festival. Is that the way to say this? Because and maybe I should have worn something a little different if it's really like a hip kind of a thing. I don't know. Did the best I can. Matt, I don't know. I got a bunch of 76 stuff, so I just wear it a lot. Listen, you got, I mean, Lloyd, you got the hat on, you're doing your thing. Daniel, it's all, the floor is yours.
I don't feel I'm dressed correctly. Now that you've mentioned that, Wayne, seriously, I think you're way ahead of me on that one. But anyway, I've been working in sports for about 20 years, from sports broadcast and media, data analytics. That took me into sports betting, and started to get a bit of an investor hat on quite recently, to be honest, between all of us about 2 years ago, a bit less even. And Mindspring Capital is a fairly young firm, only since 2019. Quite wide across the sports industry. Each of the founders, or each of the partners, I should say, have a specific area of expertise, be it blockchain, or one is sponsorship and venue management, another is OTT and broadcast. Every one of the founders, of the partners, are founders in their own right, with at least 15 to 20 years of experience in their own domain. And that makes it fascinating. I often feel like I'm a founder dressed up as an investor. I don't even know what I'm doing. I feel when I'm in due diligence, I'm on the wrong side of the table sometimes. But we're spread across the sports domain, very excited about sports technology. Of course, a huge area. Sports betting is one area that we're very excited of having a small tranche of, if we can. And that's it, really. Talk about things as much as we can today. It's always a pleasure to be here with you.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it'd be great, to start, Daniel, why don't we start with you on this? When you think about the kinds of entrepreneurs that you're looking to invest in, I mean, you, as you said, you're always an entrepreneur. Well, I think we're all entrepreneurs in the sense of, at least with the four of us in this panel, but what is it? When you look at an entrepreneur, are there certain things that you look for, or certain things that you kind of just say, wow, that's the person I want to get behind?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that it's all about trying to understand if someone knows how to execute, much more than the idea. I'm not that interested. Everyone can have a great idea. It's seeing the person who knows how to take that idea and make it something. I love thinking about how extraordinary things are just a collection of about 100 or so things that are pretty ordinary. But if you do them correctly and in order, then it becomes an amazing business. But it's really just going from A to B to C properly and doing it correctly without losing your emotional aspect of it. And we try and look at founders who have that ability, who see it for what it is, don't get carried away with some glitzy idea, but they understand how to take it and how to match it to the market. It's easier when you see someone who has got that experience, maybe a serial exiter, but it's harder when you've got someone who's young. And I think everyone should get a chance. It's not nice to just always look at people who have those serial exits behind them, but people who are early founders, maybe first-time founders, but you can try and identify that. I think that's really, really, really key. And I think also understanding where founders know if they're weak in an area. No one's good at everything. And for me, I'm good on product. I'm good at compliance if it's in the betting space, but I'm terrible at marketing. I have no idea about marketing whatsoever. So you try and find out what's the weak spot and say, well, how are you compensating for that? Are you getting the right person in? Because no one's good at everything. And I love it when I see that a founder knows what he doesn't know and he knows how to compensate for that. So I always try and identify that from the start.
That's great. That's great to hear. And Lloyd, how about from you? When you look at these entrepreneurs out there, I mean, and it's amazing how many we're all seeing today that are now starting to really think about getting, moving from the world of, consumer internet and pure tech and health tech world that are coming over to the world of sports. What are the things that sort of catch your eye when you're looking at entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I think what Daniel outlined, I would summarize in particular as clarity of thought and self-awareness, both of which absolutely critical. I think that what I would add on top of that there's a term I especially see VCs liking to use these days, this idea of stick-to-itness, that sort of underlying desire that's going to get you to stick with the project. And I think that segues in the other sort of intangible thing that I look for, especially at the early stages. As Daniel mentioned, when you're doing later stage deals or serial exiters, it's slightly different. But there's a certain intangible quality that I think if you diligence just tons of deals all the time, like many of us do, you can tell what it feels like when you're talking to a founder who just absolutely believes in, has 110% conviction in their idea, is building a product that they love and genuinely are passionate and energized about this building and scaling process. It's almost like even if they had all the money in the world, they'd be doing exactly that anyway. You email them on a Saturday night at 2 a.m. and it's like they're thrilled to even be able to answer that question, and all these other little things that I think add up to show you that you have a founder who hopefully has enough conviction and loves what they're doing enough to succeed, because it's almost like no sane person would ever become a founder of a company or an entrepreneur. You have to genuinely love what you're doing so much to make it to the point that, gets all the glitz and glamour when people think of entrepreneurs, because most of the journey is not nearly as glitzy and glamorous unless you truly, truly love what you're doing and think that what you're building is truly incredible.
Well, it's certainly true. I was actually speaking this with someone this morning, and he was saying, you know, like everyone thinks the world that we live in is so glamorous, and we're just being whisked away left and right, you know, by, you know, and he's like, yeah, when I'm in New York, I grab one of those, you know, city bikes, and it's fast, you know, that's how I run, that's how I move around the city, and like, yeah, that's the, and he's like, I show up at meetings, I have my shirt hanging out, my hair's all over the place, like that's, but look, that's the, you know, being an entrepreneur is not something that's just completely that, it's not simple. It's really, really hard work. Matt, you know, you obviously been on both sides of this world. You know, when you sort of make investments in companies, what are you looking for in the founders and the entrepreneurs that you want to get behind?
Yeah, look, that's one of the best parts, I think, of what we get to do now is we get to meet entrepreneurs from all walks of life. Those that are just graduated from business school to those that have run 5 or 6 companies and decided they want to go and build something from scratch again. So it's great. So what do we look for? First of all, we think about the idea that they have. We think about what space that's in. Have we seen this idea before? You know, we've got a global industry. Often what we'll find is entrepreneurs will come from, hey, I grew up in Iowa. I went to school in San Francisco and I've got this great idea. We're like, well, yeah, we saw that over in Europe, you know, 15 years ago. This is how it worked. And maybe it works here, maybe it doesn't. So we get a sense for how do we feel about their concept. Then we think about what's the market sector that they're focused on. Are they in esports? Are they focused on slot games? Are they looking at, you know, we've got a new holographic projection product that takes any entertainment thing and creates some fancy experience for it. So we think about that sector. And then we think about the economics behind it. You know, is this a market big enough to make it interesting? Are they thinking about valuation the right way? And then we think about the entrepreneur themselves. Are we excited by them? You guys have all mentioned a whole bunch of great things. We look for honesty, trust, integrity, credibility, all the things that make us feel good about it. And then we think, do we want to spend time with these people? Do we want to catch up? Do we enjoy the process? Because, you know, life's too short to have a tough time, especially on the investment side. You're going to go through lots of ups and downs. You want to make certain the people you're partnering with are of the same ilk that you are. So that kind of gives you the framework.
I think, Matt, what you just said was really interesting. I mean, and was something that we say at 76 Capital all the time. I mean, this is someone that you're going to spend a lot of time with because, you know, this is not being an entrepreneur doing, especially from a startup perspective, you could be an investor in a company for a long time. I mean, it could be 4, 5, 6, 10 years, right? I mean, and that's just how it goes. I mean, these companies are not, you know, you don't just kind of invest in a company, it goes public in a minute. I mean, it can take a really, really long time. And you look, you're growing and those companies are maturing, but it takes a lot to do that. So, you know, Matt, when you think about this and you get these opportunities that come in from these, you know, you find that amazing entrepreneur, how do you screen which one do you know, which opportunity deal do you go with? How do you figure that out? What's the process that you and your partners use?
Yeah, so we go through this idea evaluation. We go through the market sector evaluation. We think about the business plan that they've put in front of us. There are a couple of things that we screen out. For instance, we're very clear to stick into our swim lanes. If it's funding an electric vehicle helicopter business, you know, that's kind of a little outside our wheelhouse. And yeah, we'll probably pass on that.
People from across key
but
you got a people newsletter.
Oh, Richard, you're
going to jump in on my speech here. So yeah, bottom line is we look for things that are down our fairway. We're happy to look at all sorts of products and services and different business models, provided they're in the market sector we're looking at. And then we come back to, you know, do we trust the people? Do we like them? Do we feel good about that? A lot of the areas we look at is how can we help as well? You know, we've got a ton of connections and industry experience, and we look for the right kind of fit there. Can we actually add value to the companies? I think in terms of time frame, your point is a really good one. You know, our operating model is we're in business for the next 5 to 10 years. You know, we're not looking for a quick flip. I have found that the industry has accelerated over the last 3 or 4 years, and that transactions you think you get into for 5 years end up getting IPO'd or sold within 24 months. You can't predict that. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that's not a good thing because, you know, you cashed out a little too early. But that kind of gives you the framework there.
That's helpful. I mean, Lloyd, on what's your perspective? You find that entrepreneur, you know, it's the person that you really want to work with or team that you really like, and then what happens?
Yeah, I mean, those are definitely important. I don't know if this is funny or sad, but a lot of people like to joke that the average seed investor will have a longer duration relationship with their portfolio companies than the average marriage lasts in the US. So you better be ready to marry that founder before you're, writing a lead check at the seed stage. In terms of really, boiling down and putting a finer point on it, I think we tried to answer a sort of series of questions. Has this team identified an important problem? Do they have a compelling solution to that problem? Is that solution monetizable at scale? Is this the best possible team to monetize that solution at scale? And then, does this company's vision align with our macro thesis? Can we as a firm add a ton of value? And if all of those things work out well and the stars align, I think the final question, which often becomes the most difficult, we have a finite amount of capital. So the question becomes, is this the best possible time to invest in this company? We want to get in before the valuation doubles for the first time and get out right after it doubles for the last time. And that timing component can be very, very difficult because sometimes you get really far along the process. You spent tons of money and time getting to know these people. You love the company and their vision and the total addressable market. But it turns out that the previous round 18 months ago would have been a way better fit. And the current round at the current price is a totally different dynamic. And so those can be some of the hardest ones to pass on when you get to that late stage. But there are so many deals, as you mentioned, there's a finite amount of capital, really have to reserve it for the ones that check all the boxes.
That's helpful. That's helpful. And Daniel, and from your side, I mean, it's newer for you. Are there things that you're focused on now, or you may have been focused, you kind of switched a little bit just because you're kind of feeling it all out?
Well, I think the main thing, we're always number one on team, more than anything else. It doesn't really matter if the idea sounds amazing if we don't think the team is right, whether it be the lead founder or a group of founders, we're not going to go for it at all. Everything is about the team from our point of view. And then, as Lloyd says, making sure the fit is right. One of the things that we go through as our process is because, as I said, all the partners have an area that they're specifically supposed to be expert on. I'm allegedly the sports betting and sports data expert at Mindspring. So it means that if it's in your niche, then you do the first screening. And so when you get to, if you're not one of those partners, then when you see, like, for example, if I see a blockchain or NFT opportunity, it will have gone through fantastic screening of team and the blockchain itself from Sandy Count, who's our blockchain expert, for example. And I feel, when I see the deal flow that comes, when it gets to my level, if I haven't been involved in the due diligence, because it's not been sports betting or sports data, let's say, it always seems good. It always seems, because it's got through that first stage. And when you get the first stage, you have to deal with a lot of stuff that just isn't good. There are just so many companies out there. And like Lloyd says, there's a huge, it's never been easier to raise money, but it's harder to, I think, earn money. And so you see a huge amount of companies out there looking to raise capital. Because of FOMO, there's a lot of VCs that are just deploying capital. And I think that's the thing that we all need to be very, very aware of, is not to just run in and go, oh, God, we've got to get on this train, because there will always be opportunities. I think that's the thing. From an investment point of view, you can't be short term. You've got to realize that if the market seems to be going crazy, just keep it reserved, as Lloyd says, for that special one, because it just means that there will be far more failures. The percentage of failures will be high in the sports and sports betting space, that's for sure. Doesn't mean that there aren't plenty of fantastic opportunities. It just means you have to be quite reserved, unemotional about it to really find the best ones.
Those are all three of you guys. I mean, very, very helpful things for entrepreneurs out there. Now, one of the things that I think that a lot of times does not get discussed a lot on these types of panels and discussions are, where's the money come from, right? Because I mean, I want to be a VC, I want to be an investor, I want to be an angel investor. It sounds really fun. It's amazing. We have all these ways that how we select entrepreneurs, how we go through this process, all this stuff. But where does this money come from, right? Where does the money come from, and what kind of returns are these investors, or in many cases yourself, right? What are you looking for? So, Lloyd, from that perspective, as much as you want to share, who are the people that back Sharp Alpha, and why do they do it, and what are they looking for?
Yeah, I wish I knew what the answer was to this question before I went out and raised the fund, because it would have made my life a lot easier. I have a couple different types, profiles of LPs, limited partners, which is the name given to investors in a venture capital fund. Have a lot of your typical family offices that are deploying capital across several VC funds. Almost all they're set up to do is deploy capital into managed vehicles. Have a lot of high net worth individuals, tend to be private equity guys and hedge fund managers, in particular ones that have invested in sports and gaming throughout their careers, although not necessarily. We have a lot of executives from some of the publicly traded sports betting companies in the US who invested in the fund, have a lot of Silicon Valley based angel investors, and then have some of the largest VC funds in the world that backed us. And frankly, they wrote checks that they will never notice missing. And even if I 100x their money, they won't notice that coming back in. And that, I think, segues into the question about what returns they're expecting. So for the investors who are in this almost purely for the financial return, look, venture capital is a risky, illiquid asset class. It has historically outperformed most traditional asset classes, but investors are looking for a premium return for that illiquidity and for the risk. And so unquestionably, any financially motivated investor in a VC fund is looking to significantly outperform the S&P INR on an IRR basis over 5-10 years, whatever the life of the fund is. We also have some investors, I mentioned some of the other VC funds, some of the executives in the publicly traded sports betting companies, who really, I think more than anything, almost invested more for the access to deals, technology, and information that is infinitely more valuable to them at this current trajectory and point in the industry, where if you're a big multi-billion-dollar organization, it's hard to keep a pulse on every single new business and new venture and type of innovation. And so for many of these investors, I think a lot of their check was almost payment for access to information technology and deal flow. And that sort of rounded out the LP base in this fund.
That's amazing. Really great information. And Matt, from your perspective, how does it work with investors? You know, your own capital, and how you guys, you know, how do you deal with all this?
And I loved reading your book about this. You went right from starting at zero to bring in a few dollars, and then the snowball effect kicked in, and news as your success got through, and you get to meet more people, and more people say, "Hey, tell us about your fund," and then they want to invest. So that was a great ride. From our side, we had the benefit of in-house capital, which has been great to deploy that. Then we have a couple of other vehicles. We have a public vehicle where we've taken on institutional capital, where we look to put hundreds of millions of dollars to work. And then, Lloyd's experience is exactly right. You get high net worths, you get family offices, you get venture capitalists that aren't specialists here, so they'd like to get some exposure. One of the secrets of the industry is that some investors will come along with the right to co-invest alongside you. So you go out, you do all the hunting, you do all the work, you do all the due diligence. You come back and say, "Hey, this is a great business. We're going to put $15 million to work." They get the right to co-invest alongside you if they like that deal as well, on a fee-free basis. So they pay something, but they also get something for free. And I think that's attractive to a lot of LPs that just don't have the bandwidth or the industry knowledge to kind of bring forward. So we look at capital sources from everything from high net worths, VCs, family offices, to the institutional capital, depending on what the target is.
And Daniel, what's your take on this?
So with Mindspring, it's a little bit different, because Mindspring has decided for the time being to do deal by deal. Now that means there's a hell of a lot more work, because on every deal you have to go back out to look for the relevant LPs to join you in co-investing, rather than getting the money up front in a fund and then you deploy. So there's a lot more work, but there's, on the other hand, a lot more flexibility for the LPs. They can pick and choose what you want. So we've got a bank of LPs, and that's growing all the time. And you've got people who have stated an interest in blockchain related activities, to go to them with something that you've got on that side, or performance analytics, for example. Okay, so it's the type of people, going back to your earlier question, Wayne, the type of people are people who want to invest in sports, but they just don't really know how, because let's face it, there's a big emotional aspect about investing in sports. It's not like investing in commodities. People love saying they've got an investment in some, if it's a team or something, that'll be fantastic. Or if it's something that's related to, it's great cocktail talk, isn't it? I've got an investment in some sports company. But that means that there's a big danger of people getting it completely wrong if they don't go through experts. If they come to 76, they come to, Sharp Alpha, Tech Corp, Mindspring. Basically, that's what these companies are there for, is to help people put their money into something that is of value. Because otherwise they have no idea where to put it. And if it's small ticket, then it allows people to be involved in decent investments. And if they're big ticket, even more, don't go direct, go through people who know how to filter these correctly. People should be doing what they know what they should be doing. And for example, that's the reason I don't look anymore at biotech investments and agri-tech, because I realized I haven't got a bloody clue about all these things. And I just better stick with something that I know. So that's the point. I think all of us, we're supposed to be experts. That's a responsibility when we talk about deploying capital for LPs. Mindspring's slightly different because it's a deal by deal. It's still looking at the same sort of thing. And because it's deal by deal, we encourage LPs, because it's such high risk, not to be involved just in one and hope, because let's face it, even if we do an amazing job, if we're looking at early stage startups, the majority of these will fail. And so, spread your normal investment thesis, spread your money across a diverse portfolio as much as you can, and you've got a better chance of making good return.
Oh, absolutely. And we're all, just so lucky to be, able to invest in an area and work in an industry that we're all so passionate about, right? I mean, we get to sit here and, play with, next generation baseballs all day, it's just like, are you kidding me? Like, this is amazing. It's just so much fun to do what we get to do. And whether it's, from a tech, just pure tech perspective, whether it's from the gaming perspective and the sports betting side, there's so many interesting things that we all get to do. And, I think this is actually it's a perfect segue, Daniel, to what you were saying earlier, is about, the passionate thing. This is such a passion play and exciting things to do. Was there ever is there a certain company today that you've invested in, or one in the past that you invested in, that was one of your favorite companies, because you just enjoyed being involved with it? Maybe it was the team or the idea, and how did you choose to invest in that company?
Well, I mean, on the sports, if it's sports betting in particular, then Mindspring is only just about finalizing its first sports betting company, direct sports betting. But if we talk about sports generally,
yeah.
So I think that I'll talk personally. My favorite one that we've done is, I think, CuraStory, which is talking about creator economy, because I think it's very topical at the moment, is enabling people who create video in the sporting world to monetize that video much, much more efficiently. Very difficult making good money from the social media platforms, but it gives that feed in and matches the content creators with relevant sponsors, rather than just have that YouTube overlay of whoever is going to buy that ad space and send that money to YouTube. And I love the data play behind this one. I mean, I'm a data guy, and I just love the way that the founder, she's great, Tiffany Kelly. She comes from a data science background. Going back to what I said about the founder knowing what she doesn't know, she's superb at what she knows, and then she fills in all the gaps with other people. She's superb. And I just think that that's a great one that can have big impact going forward, and even in the sports betting space as well, because I feel that the engagement of the bettor has to be better than it is now. I mean, it's still so flat. And I think that I can see it happening in esports quicker than other areas, but having that sort of influencer role, making the engagement of the bettor a little bit more three-dimensional, and a bit more two-way. And if you've got ways to help those influencers monetize on those platforms, then it's just going to increase that presence. So I'm very excited about what CuraStory can do particularly. I love all the data investments. We've done a few of those. I think that's the one that, when you ask the question, that's the one that really stuck into my mind. And I know that Tiffany's really focused as well with the betting sector to try and leverage that, but she is looking very wide on sports, of course.
That's a great one. Matt, from your perspective, is there a specific company that, did you just, makes you smile, and was one of those that just was like, wow, that was so much, it's so enjoyable to be involved with the company, and why did you do that deal?
I'll give you two examples. One, I met this entrepreneur executive. He'd listed the company already. It's a publicly traded business. I previously wasn't, super excited about where the business was focused on, but they pivoted. They sold off the previous assets, bought some assets in the horse racing data space. And I thought this is a great space. It's super exciting. And I got to know the executives better, and I really liked them. They knew their stuff. They're incredibly passionate. Lloyd was talking about, you send them an email at 2 a.m. on a Saturday morning, and they respond within 5 minutes with a whole bunch of exclamation marks about how great it is. So that's been a great experience. We invested, I think the market cap was 20 million at the time. It's over $1 billion now. So it's been a good journey over the last couple of years. But on the other end of the spectrum, I came across another entrepreneur, phenomenal background in the industry. And he said, Matt, the issue that I'm trying to solve for is a lot of the esports players are out there. They're out there streaming on Discord and Twitch, and they spend thousands and thousands of hours, and they eke out $20 a month in advertising payments, right? It's terrible return on their time. And so we're going to help solve for that. And so what they've done is they've created a product, they call it Clip with a K, K-L-I-P. And they have an AI algorithm that effectively captures screenshots, their best kills, their best event, and then it posts it on a website where you can effectively slide left to like it, slide right if you don't like it, and the audience effectively votes. And so the highest profile clips get the highest ratings, and they start to generate real viewership. They get to get real audience behind them. And then you create NFTs out of the top ones, and then you can sell those on the blockchain. And I'm like, this is great. This is really starting to identify where the problems are, and then be able to curate content so that the actual audience really gets to see what they want. But you create a creator environment that brings the economics back to the people who are producing this great content in the first place. So I got behind that team. I love it. It's very early stage, but I think it's a great result.
Sounds like they should speak to Story. I think there's a hell of a lot of overlap there.
Totally right.
That's why we do this. It's all about networking and putting everything together. This is tremendous. Let's get some deal done while we're at it.
25 minutes. Let's do it. Come on.
Yeah.
We got time. We got time to do it. Lloyd, how about you? Is there certain specific companies you love to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough in terms of favorites. Obviously, I love all my children equally and all that, but I think one that does stick out for a few reasons is probably Players Lounge. They offer peer-to-peer video game wagering. You can play against your friends or strangers for money in Madden, FIFA, NBA 2K, MLB The Show, Fortnite, and Call of Duty right now. And first of all, I am their core user. I am a power user of the product. I lose almost every game I play, but I have a great time. And they were founders who built a product for themselves and for their friends. And I found, once I got to meet these guys, I could have been one of their friends who they were building this product for. And so that was a great foundational basis. They were able to attract incredible investors very early on to this company. Drake, Strauss Zelnick of Take-Two, Comcast Ventures, Samsung, Griffin Gaming Partners, RSE, Courtside Ventures, all are on the cap table here. And one of my favorite stories was the way they got Strauss Zelnick, who's the head honcho at Take-Two Interactive, the way they got him involved in their first ever funding round, friends and family, at less than a $2 million valuation. Both the founders were Wesleyan graduates, and Strauss Zelnick is a Wesleyan graduate. They found out right after they got out of Y Combinator that Strauss Zelnick teaches an exercise class once a week at 6 a.m. on Saturday mornings during the summer at the Harvard Club in New York City. And so these two 24-year-old founders decided to wake up at 6 a.m. every Saturday, do an impossibly hard workout class, just so they could kind of schmooze and chat with the instructor at the end. And the very last class at the end of the summer, they finally went and said, hey, we're looking for 50 grand. We're Wesleyan guys. We're trying to get this company started. And he wrote a check. And that's how they got Strauss Zelnick on board for their pre-seed round, which is a story that I think is really emblematic of their stick-to-itness, how passionate they are. The opportunity was something that I saw as being enormous. It's a really hard problem to crack. Can you get all of the world's video gamers playing against each other for low and high stakes and in real money tournaments on one platform? That is no easy feat. But if you were to crack that problem and solve it, that total addressable market would be very large. And then in this particular case, despite being an early stage company, they had some incredible numbers on the unit economics side, LTV to CAC over 3x, growth numbers, revenue, all that pointing, everything moving upwards and to the right. So that was definitely one where the stars had aligned. What I would add on top of all that may be clouding my judgment in a way, although of course in a positive way, I had invested in this company previously in an earlier round, very small check as an angel investor, and later came in through the fund. And that allowed me to do something that I like, which is this idea of investing in lines rather than dots. It's very easy to get a charismatic founder who can present and really convince you of an exciting roadmap. It's an entirely different thing to have someone who says, we are going to do A, B, and C over the next 6 months, and then to talk to them 6 months later and see why they accomplished A and B and get their explanation for why they didn't accomplish C. That's a rare thing to be able to do. Usually these VC deals move so fast, you don't have that luxury. But having made just a very small angel investment a few rounds prior enabled me to see that trajectory and actually watch them execute on a roadmap in real time. And honestly, I think that more than anything else is what got me comfortable with actually what ended up being the most expensive deal that we've invested in so far.
Do you think, Lloyd, if I can ask Wayne, do you think, Lloyd, that that's potentially a strategy to use, is get in early with a small ticket to basically live and feel the company so that you can get in with the proper ticket later on?
There are plenty of VCs who do that either as firms or as having their principals invest individually. I mentioned some of the strategic investors that we have in Sharp Alpha, whether they're other VC funds or publicly traded sports betting operators. In some cases, those guys invested directly as entities. But in other cases, whether for confidentiality purposes, for compliance purposes, or otherwise, they found it easier to write a small check that one of the principals or operators or CEOs, whatever it was, did out of their personal account, which still had the same impact on the organization. So I definitely think that I see at all different stages and at the organization as well as the individual level, people increasingly saying, I'm going to take sort of a marker. I'm going to take a small check in this round so I can best position myself to write a larger check from the inside position, maybe have a little extra leverage to determine which other investors are coming into the round. And on that note, I find it much more effective if I am telling another investor that I think something is a good decision. Not only am I putting my money where my mouth is and also investing, but hopefully have been invested previously and am speaking from this opportunity to have watched their trajectory executing on that roadmap.
Well, that was a great question, Daniel. Have any other follow-ups? Because I mean, I can just kick back here. You know, I'm just kidding. that was awesome. I love it. You know,
get up with you.
I'm gonna get my whole full paycheck here for. No, that was tremendous. That was tremendous. I mean, you know, I think about, you know, one of the things that certainly brings us all to the table here today, and in the businesses that we run. I mean, look, we're so fortunate to have, you know, all of our passions sort of come together, you know, at this time, whether that's entrepreneurship, technology, and now with the overall gaming and sports worlds. I mean, it's kind of like all come together at one time now. And you think about this awesome tech that's been used in so many other industries, but now you're seeing it being, you know, brought to the world of sports and gaming and sports betting. And what do you think some of the technologies moving forward? And I'll start with Matt. Like, what do you think some of are going to be the sort of the next technologies that may have been used in other industries, but now are going to come to the world of sports that are going to really make a big change and a big difference in our world?
So I think when you think about the industry, you know, how do people make money, right? We've got advertising, we've got subscription. Sports betting now gives you another dimension, right? You can actually generate funds either directly or indirectly from the sports betting industry. So I think it opens up a whole new range of opportunities here. You're looking at the leagues change things. They're not just thinking about linear TV ad rights now. They're thinking about, hey, can we get paid for unique data? And I think that's a couple of areas where I find it particularly interesting. How do we capture entertainment now and package it differently for the different markets that we're looking at? And so is that putting, you know, biometric trackers on people? Is it getting geolocation data? Is it tracking the speed of which balls get thrown at? You know, how do we make entertainment more interesting? And then how do we distribute it properly? You know, so the old school cable TV, you know, business, I think that's moving away. I think over the top via internet distribution with low latency environments that gives you a global footprint becomes really interesting. Like you mentioned, how do we feel about niche sports, drone racing? I've seen it in real life here in Vegas. It's phenomenal, right? It's super exciting. I would never have thought of that before. And, without living in Vegas where they have some drone racing, I would never be able to see it. But thanks to the power of the internet and low latency video transmission, we can get access to that. What funds that? Advertising, subscriptions, or wagering. So I'm really excited to see how entrepreneurs are thinking about content, maximizing entertainment, and then making that entertainment easy and accessible for people. I think the competition for eyeballs now is more intense than ever before. There's so many different places to go for entertainment. That's really lifting the bar in terms of how do we consume content, how do we find an industry, and a lot of that comes down to just making it convenient. Is it accessible on my phone, iPad, wherever I am? Do I have a huge login process to get through to get access to it, or is it super easy? So I'm really looking forward to that. And then I think when you layer over the top of just the core content, AI, augmented reality, right? Artificial, intelligence, allowing us to curate this entertainment. I think, the possibilities are quite endless.
Yeah, it really is exciting. I see you shaking your head, Lloyd. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, just about how much new, cool, fun stuff there is on the horizon. Some things that hit, everyone's favorite buzzwords. AI is used all over the sports tech and sports betting industry. Computer vision is used very heavily for modern forms of data collection. I think, is that a Diamond Kinetics baseball you've been playing with over there? You guys are shot tracker investors as well. So right there you go. 76, very familiar with, computer vision tracking based software for sports, machine learning for all sorts of predictive analytics, as well as for recommendation-based engines, as Matt had alluded to. I would imagine that the future of the sports betting industry will be a lot more recommendation engine driven. You log on based on what time it is and your IP address and the geolocation and your historical user data, you'll be recommended. This is the bet you are most likely to want to place right now. Tangentially, I think our whole lives might be headed to a much more recommendation engine driven future. You wake up and your smart closet tells you what to wear, and your smart shower tells you how long to shower, and your smart car tells you the right way to go to work. But that's a side point. Augmented reality, I think, is one of the most compelling technologies that helps people better understand and engage with the content on the field or on the screen. It literally almost allows you to create an entirely additional audio-visual experience without taking up any additional physical real estate. And especially if you look at some of these sportsbook apps, they got a lot of information to put in a very small screen, and it's really difficult to do. Augmented reality is a great tactic for that. And blockchain is being used for security, for ledger technology, for a lot of these tokenized fantasy platforms. If you were to put AI and AR and blockchain into some sort of, magic cauldron or something, I think the metaverse is what would pop out, or whatever you want to refer to as the metaverse. And as we look toward the future, I also see a lot of technology in that realm where the sports betting experience and potentially the sports viewing experience is increasingly taking place in more and more digital or augmented or even virtual reality environments. So all very cool and fun stuff that hopefully makes it easier and more accessible and enjoyable to be a sports fan, to be a sports bettor, to play fantasy sports and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, really well said. I mean, that's just the way things are moving today. And it's so great for all of us to have these opportunities to make investments in all these different areas and see where these companies go, how they're actually able to really push the limits. I mean, the world of augmented reality has just been incredible for us. One of our companies, Quintar, in that space has just been doing things that are it's just mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing to see how this all will play out. And, it's also great to see a lot of the, experts in the pure tech world are starting to come to the world of sports and really share their incredible knowledge and expertise, and then put that and layer that into the world of sports, which is something that they are themselves in many cases incredibly passionate about. And we're just doing what they were doing from a tech perspective just because that was the job in the past, but now they can do something that is even more exciting that they want to have in their lives. Daniel, from your perspective, what are some of the things that you see? And from a, look, you've touched sport tech for so many, different things. I mean, what are some of the things that you're starting to see that are sort of the next things that are happening?
I mean, as often happens, Lloyd says some things that get my brain cells working a little bit. And while he was talking, I was thinking, yeah, there are certain areas which are particular bugbears of mine in the sports betting industry that I think there are big opportunities. I'm fed up with the fact that, like I said before, that you go on a regular site and you've got the stream, and then you've got the prices underneath. It's all very, very flat. And augmented reality here gives a huge opportunity. It annoys me that a bettor cannot just turn his phone sideways, watch the stream, and bet through the stream through some sort of overlays. I mean, the technology exists. There are companies that are providing this. I think it's all a matter of getting that integration right for the major product. Because I just think it's crazy that you have to come out of full screen to be able to place a bet. And instead of all of that, maybe another 6-7 clicks, surely we can get that process down to 2 or 3 so the person can have constant engagement through the screen, through extra information. Just like Lloyd says, there's so much going on. Put it as overlays. In augmented reality, there's so much cool stuff you can do. And you go on all the major sites and they're just not there yet. And it feels like, come on, catch up with the times here. And that's where augmented reality, I think, is on the cusp of changing things a lot. Virtual reality, I think, still has a long time to really make its impact in a great way. But augmented reality has no hardware blocker, no software blocker since Web AR's come in. This is a big opportunity that I see coming in the next year or so. When we talk about data analytics, and whether we say machine learning, AI, people use these buzzwords. I find a lot of founders use them without actually understanding what they mean. They just feel they've got to put AI in a pitch deck, and that will work. But I think especially about the North American market and pricing. I think for managed trading systems, the bigger opportunity for me, rather than creating better pricing, as in tighter pricing, I'm looking forward to more analytics on profiling users and bettors so that you can give very much more customized risk management per bettor. So not everyone will be max bet at a certain time at the same amount. You're going to be giving bigger max bet opportunities to the people that you want to give bigger max bet opportunity and limiting the people you don't want to limit. And at the moment, that doesn't exist. And I think that using much better algorithmic techniques to analyze constantly your bettors basically on your site will enable you to take a much bigger yield and keeping the spread the same, because I think the North American market in particular is not that price sensitive. I don't think closing the spread is a massive thing. I think that maximizing the user experience, the better experience by giving them customized, and the user doesn't know, he doesn't know why. If you've got 100,000 in your account, you shouldn't be blocked from making a more than $20 bet. It doesn't make sense to me. Okay, so that's something that I think really has to come in, and pricing providers can provide that. It has to be specific risk management systems. And Lloyd mentioned also blockchain. There's so many cool things that can come out of blockchain. You think about NFTs. I actually think that the one that's going to be beneficial to the betting space is actually a bit more boring, but it's on payment systems and settlement. I think that crypto enables much smoother payments and settlement for people through the system. There's a bit of a double-edged sword here. It does allow offshore books to settle big funds as well. It might damage the regulated market a little bit. So that's something that I think once the crypto settlement is a little bit more regulated, that could really support the transfer of funds and big funds into the market. So, as the guy said, a huge amount of change. And I think in the sports betting space, there's a lot of room here for big opportunity.
Well, when you think about the sports betting industry today, and a lot of times I like to use the overturning of PASPA, May of 2018, as sort of the new beginning of certainly with sports betting in the United States. After that was overturned, Matt, have there been any things that have really surprised you that's happened since May of 2018 till now? There's certain things that you kind of thought were going to happen, and right now it's like, wow, I had no idea this was going to happen.
So, obviously we've been in the market for 20 years now, plus. Right. I remember I was working for the Racing Gaming Authority back in Northern Territory in Australia, which is it's a tiny little part of Australia. I think there's like 3 people who live there. And, back in that day, online gaming was really just kicking in, and they hadn't solved all the problems of e-commerce, payment processing, user ID, KYC, all of that. It was really at the start. And I remember a lot of players would actually switch off the graphics on slots. For instance, they'd hit spin and they'd just watch the numbers come through, wouldn't even watch the graphics because the download speed was terrible. So the market's evolved dramatically over a period of time, and it's had to solve all of these problems. Tax repatriation, how do you manage international gaming regulations? In the US, we have a state-by-state rollout of sports betting, and so we've had to solve state-by-state issues. So geolocation, one of the great entrepreneurial successes of the last 5, 6, 7 years has been GeoComply. Anna and David Briggs did a phenomenal job building a business with one state, basically, and a couple of customers to a market dominant position now. So no one could have predicted that in Europe. You have a country by country basis there, but they didn't have the same kind of technology need or legislative need. So what I've enjoyed is watching a number of companies solve for those problems. I guess one of the other things that's really kind of caught me by surprise was small subscale operators coming into the market, and typically you wouldn't have given them any chance of surviving, but the public capital markets have funded them to a point where now they're contenders, right? They really have a great shot at it, and that's comes back to the credibility of the entrepreneurs that have done that and the investor base that's got behind them and supported them. So that's been great to watch as well. But I think we'll continue to see new and interesting technology come through that solves US specific problems that we haven't necessarily had to see overseas. So we've got great technology and innovation happening overseas, but you'll get some US centric stuff as well, which will be great to watch.
Definitely. Lloyd, what about you? What's surprised you so far?
I think really the most surprising aspect of the post-PASPA story has almost definitely been speed of various things. We saw as PASPA was being overturned that leagues were changing their tenor. Previously, every major sports league in the US said sports betting will be the death of the integrity of our sports. Very quickly, they started to change that tune as they saw the revenue opportunity. And now it's unrecognizable from what the ecosystem looked like just 4 years ago, with almost every major sporting venue in the US poised to have a sports book or sports betting lounge in or adjacent to it, every team signing an official sports betting partnership. The NFL just licensed their logo to Evolution, I think it was, to be used on a slot machine. The UNLV football team pulls a slot machine as their touchdown celebration at this point. So I think it was expected that US sports were going to quickly warm up to gambling, but not nearly this quickly. On that same note, I think a massive amount of consolidation was always expected, even before there were enough brands to warrant the consolidation, just because of what we've seen in other markets, the cost of customer acquisition, the amount of regulatory burden. I don't necessarily know if people expected that there would be $2 billion acquisitions in the first half of this year and a $22 billion offer for Entain, not to mention Playtech for $3.7 billion and all of these. So I think the speed to which we've arrived at these 9, 10 figure, 11 figure sometimes acquisition offers on the consolidation front, again, both consolidation and sports leagues changing their tenor is not entirely unexpected in and of itself, but the pace with which all of this has developed has just been incredible. And I think the valuations are probably have increased at a similar pace.
I was the NFL slot machine thing last week. I was like, wow, like it's unbelievable. Daniel, how about you? What's something that you've sort of been the biggest surprise for you so far?
I think that, the valuation's going so high so quickly. Not saying that it's overvalued. I don't think I'm qualified to say, really. We never know. I agree with Lloyd on that. And I think that also specifically the amount of money that's being spent in customer acquisition by the big boys, which is driving the investment towards that side as well. So the companies that can help you with customer acquisition seem to be getting valued higher. And I just think that I get it now, but I think I was surprised before. Maybe I was a little bit naive, but I get it that they're just trying to push so far forward without saying, I don't believe that any of the big guys will say we're going to continue paying these ridiculous amounts for people who might be worth $3, but it's just it's a land grab, isn't it? That's what it is in the States. There's a lot of things that don't seem logical from the point of view of amount of money being spent, and that has to, flatten out at some stage. I mean, surely. So I'm a bit wary of thinking that that's just going to continue going up, especially the customer acquisition costs and how much these big guys are willing to pay for it. And just as a guy who's got more experience in other areas of the world, I'm surprised at the fact that with all the razzmatazz around North America, other territories which I think are worth a huge amount of money seem to be put into the shadow. And maybe from an investment point of view, it's wise to have a look at those. I'm talking about subcontinent, which I think is going to head towards legalization in the next few years. I think there are huge opportunities there, completely different market, but my experiences there. Southeast Asia is moving a lot, but that's because I'm the non-American, and so I'm looking at other places as well. But America grabs all the headlines because that's what happens. So.
Well, it's a good place. A good thing you were saying, sort of irrational and all that kind of stuff. Because let's be a little irrational as we just wrap up. We got like a minute and a half here. Let's be crazy and irrational and just kind of. What do you think if you really think like? And then let's just take the next 12 months. Like what crazy deal, or what crazy? It's like a trade. Like you just come up with an NBA trade or something like that. Just come up with something you think is going to happen over the next 12 months that will really surprise people. And I'll start with Lloyd.
All right. I think, I guess the crazier we get, the lower the conviction I can have. But I think some of the crazier things you could see in the next, call it 12 months. One would be a major crypto exchange, maybe someone like FTX coming in and officially announcing we are now also a decentralized sports betting exchange. There are plenty of, blockchain-based decentralized peer-to-peer sports betting exchanges out there, but not necessarily ones with the reach of someone like FTX that is also sponsoring arenas in Miami and every single MLB uniform and things of that nature. And then I wouldn't at all be surprised if just like a couple weeks ago, I saw a promotion that if you visited a virtual Chipotle in the metaverse, you would get a coupon for a real burrito at a real Chipotle. I would expect to be promoted to and encouraged to visit the DraftKings or Fanatics or whatever it is, virtual reality sports book where I place my bet at a virtual counter, maybe even sit in a virtual luxury suite to watch the game. And I think maybe even you combine both of those and somehow that is a crypto-based platform that also facilitates peer-to-peer wagering. So let's let that be my crazy hypothetical NBA trade of a potential trend that you can see in the next 12 months.
All right, we got to go real fast. Daniel, you got 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Well, I think that I'm a seller on 12 months for Lloyd's amazing metaverse thing. That's, a lovely thing. That's great. But I'm a bit of a seller on. I think it's going to be, a buyer. I think it's going to be a lot longer than that. But I'm going to go for a big play on NFTs, but one of the big platforms where they get their own coin and you've got their own NFTs which have more value that gives you extra bonuses within the NFT you go. That's it.
There you go. Matt, 10.
Disney spins out ESPN and it becomes the #1 sports betting business in America.
I like it. Well, look, guys, it was awesome. Matt, Lloyd, Daniel, always so much fun doing this and appreciate it. Thanks, everybody from the whole world of HIPTHER, from Gaming Americas, Zoltan, everybody. Have a great day. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Just came back from virtual reality, so haha. Yeah, it was a great session. I watched it on virtual reality on YouTube. So, and we are, like I told you, Wayne, we are also streaming on Neos VR in VR. So yeah, the future is already here. Thanks, Wayne, Lloyd, Daniel, Matt. It's been great to see you. And Wayne, I will see you again later this week.
See you Friday.
Speak soon. Okay, so we have the next moderator here from the HIPTHERS crew under the form of Alex Morginan. Alex, I will leave you to it.
Great. Thanks, Zoltan, for the introduction. As far as I can see, everyone in my panel is online. So I would like to really quick introduce you guys to the panelists for today. Felix Negoița, he's the head of AI department at Crypto Data Romania. Peter Sabo, CEO of Acestack, and Ana Maria Stancu, Robot Fleet Admiral at Bucharest Robots. So welcome, guys, and I would really like to take a few moments and let you introduce yourself to the audience in a couple of words, a few short sentences. So whoever wants to grab the microphone, you're welcome to.
I will dare start.
Perfect.
I'm Ana Maria, like you mentioned. I'm now the CEO of a startup called Bucharest Robots on humanoids and service robots. But until 4 years ago, I was working in the NGO field in human rights, which makes me pretty much a species that it's rather rare, who is working in computing, but it's not a programmer. I'm more like a social area person. But what started as a negative thing when I entered this world, it's becoming a positive one, because I can communicate better with the public at large about these types of very technical issues.
Really interesting to hear this combination of strong points for you, but yeah, thanks for this insight, Peter. As we're moving from one startup to the other.
Yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, I have been working in user experience for now more than 12 for sure years, but probably more. And about 5 years ago, I realized that the future of user experience lies somewhere in close relationship with machine learning, because all users would require a different user journey. Although the needs might be similar, the ideal user experience would require, in a nutshell, every user to have their own dedicated user experience designer, which is of course not feasible with humans, but it can be done with machine learning. And from this idea, I started to kind of combine the two. And incidentally, this is also the topic of my PhD thesis, but also this year I started a startup by the name of AceTech, and it got some nice funding, and now we have 33 developers trying to create a platform which will do just that, create better user experiences with the help of machine learning. And we are mainly targeting the gaming industry with it. We already have 2 clients in that field, but as they say, all data is the same, so the use cases can be from any industry, really. Now that's about it in a nutshell.
Cool, really nice, and congratulations for the fresh startup. Felix, would you let us know something more, a little bit about yourself?
Hi, Alex. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a great pleasure to catch up with you again on one of these amazing AI-based talks. I'm really happy to be here with you guys. I come from, professionally at least, from a software engineer background, and then I have discovered a passion for data and machine learning. And then now I am leading an AI department with CryptoData Romania. And I kind of have a more of a weird, or I have had more of a weird journey myself, as Ana Maria mentioned, and I kind of related to that, in that I have initially started out by studying linguistics and philology. So I plan to bring some more philosophical and ethical perspectives towards the study of AI. And this has been something that I've been working on these past few months, or something around a year and a half, something like that. So yeah, really looking forward to our discussion.
Okay, thank you everybody for the insights on your background. So it seems that leaving the AI side aside, it seems that we've got covered some pretty interesting fields compared to the main topics. So we've got the user interface, the user experience, the front of projects covered by Peter. We've got the hardware and in the same time humanitarian sides of things covered by Ana Maria, and Felix also covers the ethics and philosophical approach of the matter. So I would really like to present or to inform our audience a little bit about the main topic that we are going to debate today. The business value that AI brings, and if there is business value that AI brings, and where, how, and basically what's this whole thing about. And I'm going to start addressing the first question to Peter, and because he used a word that I'm pretty sure most of us know the difference, but I would really like for Peter to explain a little bit more the difference between AI, machine learning, and basically the main differences between these two concepts.
Thank you so much. When it comes to the difference of machine learning and AI, it's basically that to begin with, we need to state that all machine learning is AI, but AI is a much broader term. So AI can apply to a vast majority of programmatic solutions, which implies some sort of artificial intelligence, some sort of decision making. So that's a very broad term, and because of this, when you need to tackle a real world project, it's usually not very helpful to think about AI, because for some people, even some simple decision-making logic can be an AI, and in some sense of the word it is, because it enables a computer to make a decision. Now, a much stricter and much better defined, because of this, a much more grounded term is machine learning, because machine learning is a set of problems which mean that you start with data, and you don't know how to achieve a certain solution with that data, but you have a subset of the solutions ready. Imagine that you have a bunch of numbers, like you have 10 numbers, and you know that with those 10 numbers, 4 of them fall into one category and 6 of them falls into another category. And if you don't know how this category is made up, but if you feed it to a machine learning algorithm and you do it thousands of times with thousands of number sets, at the end you will have a solution which will be able to categorize any arbitrary set of numbers without knowing anything about the numbers and without knowing the exact formula. And that's very helpful in a lot of fields, from medicine to natural language processing, to image recognition, to pretty much everything else. If you think of something like you want to create an algorithm which can distinguish cat pictures from dog pictures. In the old algorithmic thinking of informatics, you would need to know the exact mathematical formula which defines a dog picture or cat picture, or at least a set of steps which needs to be coded, and then those steps could be run, and this algorithm in theory could distinguish those two pictures. But it's much easier instead to just feed thousands and thousands of cat pictures and dog picture labeled, that is, and then the algorithm will somehow create its own set of rules which will yield a fairly accurate distinction. And an even more concrete subset of this, which I just mentioned, is a supervised learning, because you supervise the algorithm saying that, okay, this is a dog picture, this is a cat picture. But then more recently, we reached unsupervised machine learning, where even less human input is needed, because for the previous example, there was a need for a human to tag those pictures, and essentially for thousands and thousands of pictures, someone had to tell, okay, this is a cat picture, this is a dog picture, and this was the learning data set. But now with unsupervised machine learning, you need even less human effort to reach conclusion by a lot of different methods. But my favorite subset of all those, and the one I researched the most, is what we call the collaborative filtering through the help of deep neural networks, which implies that you get data from a lot of different users, and then they exhibit similar behaviors, and from those behavior patterns, the algorithm will learn what they want without actually knowing what it is you are applying the data to. So this, and this is, I think this is where the business, well, to tie back to your question from this theoretical explanation, to tie back to your original question, at the moment, I believe that the most business value in AI is in machine learning, because you can solve problems algorithmically which were not possible before. And those problems are usually problems where humans can perform okay-ish, but usually machine learning at a later stage performs a lot better, those problems, but they are very repetitive problems. Or even if we don't think it's a repetitive problem, but it is. For instance, if you think about recognizing a brain tumor from a CT image, which is a common task, but most people would not call this a very mundane job like packaging things at the factory. But in fact, with machine learning, it becomes much more accurate, and researchers were able to create much more accurate results than medicine practitioners, doctors who were doing this as their day job, because unlike a human who could encounter, let's say, 1,000 CT images in their career of 1,000 different patients, a machine learning algorithm could learn from, in theory, from all CT images ever created, but more rationally from hundreds of thousands of, if not millions. And today, it's not very unlikely that an algorithm learns from millions and millions of different either user behaviors or images or whatever you use as your data set. So I think this is where a lot of business value is, because you can replace repetitive, non-creative human work with an algorithm which performs just as well, if not better, in the long run for the fraction of the cost, and also without the need to take breaks and a lot faster and so forth. So ultimately, I believe that this enables humanity to focus on more important things, which currently humans are still better on, more creative stuff, and leave the repetitive work to machines, which they do it much more efficiently. And this applies to any business in the world, I believe.
I see. So since we're at the topic of human relations with AI, with machine learning, let's transit a little bit to the relations of humans with robots. And Ana Maria is here to shed some light on this matter. And I would also like to hear some ideas and some inputs on the human's reaction to the growing market and to the growing industry of robots with AI or robots with machine learning. And also, how does this affect the labor market?
First of all, I will start with people's reaction. I think it differs a lot from country to country and depending on the culture. For example, we have Asia with Japan and China, who are huge fans of robots and avatars and everything that is related to technology. On the other hand, we have other countries which are a little bit more reluctant to interact. And I can tell you that at least in Europe, where I have more information, is that they are doing studies to see to which type of robots people would react better. Because we have robots like Sophia with a silicon face, which resembles an android. We have robots that look more like robots, even though they are plastic and not metal like we would expect. They look like robots and we know they are robots. And I remember a few years ago, a university in Europe was doing a research in which they were testing how people are reacting to pixelized, almost augmented figure. And all these studies actually show that for this moment, people react better to robots that look like robots. People don't like to ask themselves whether Sophia is real or not, whether they are talking to an android or not. They want to know that they are talking to a robot. What they do with the robot, it's another aspect, because like I mentioned, in Asia, it's already becoming a problem. And I looked at a documentary which showed an avatar who was supposed to be someone's friend and ask them about their love life. And the AI knew their schedule and they were calling at work to see if that person is okay. So you're going on the other side, in which basically you risk not having social relations because of an avatar or a robot. They are becoming more and more responsive to our emotions. There are many AIs who are working on recognizing emotions and learning how to react to different types of emotions. I would say, although I'm a huge fan of robots and what they can do both in business and in the social area, usually any excess of any kind, food, beverage, robots, whatever, leads to a bad outcome. So we should be very careful on this adoption. There are many other aspects such as cybersecurity, because we all want robots, but we don't know how safe they are. and most of the robots have cameras on them. So there are so many aspects to discuss regarding this, but most of them, and I would like to also refer, because you asked about the AI and how this connects to human activity, I would go back to what Peter said, and my stand, at least from looking at a few cases in the world, is that humans should be part of some decisions. For example, like Peter said, with the radiographies in which the computer, without any doubt, is a lot better at recognizes previous things that humans detected before. But if you look at this, if you have a new disease or a new type of cancer or whatever, which doesn't look like the previous one, then you won't see what's happening new. Or for example, for scoring for humans, you heard a lot about bias in our decision. What the computer uses is previous data, which was biased. So basically, if you take previous data, you risk having the same bias in the future. What I'm saying is not that AI is not good. What I'm saying is that when it comes to very important life influencing decision, I think the decision should be made by a human based on the recommendation made by AI.
Okay, so let me see if I get this straight. You think that basically the AI is equally good as human interpretation, at least in the medical side of things, because we're talking about AI that works with previous data and human that perception and ideas are flawed by, well, it could be various reasons there. But what do you think about the human perception on AI or robots taking their place? I mean, okay, if you stay to explain to each and every one of us that, hey, okay, as Peter said, let's say, for example, a doctor sees 1,000 CTs in his career, but an AI or machine learning software can analyze all the CTs ever made. But the first reaction I think that people will have is that, hey, AI is going to take our jobs, robots are going to take our jobs. We don't want that. Where do you see this going, and especially related to the labor market?
This is definitely an issue. For the moment, what I can tell you is that robots, like Peter also mentioned this, AI and robots can take repetitive tasks. For example, if I have an arm robot, that arm can only do certain tasks, and it is effective and profitable only for those tasks. If I ask the robot to do something different, then it's not faster than the human, so it's not very effective. The idea is for the robots, at least for the moment, because of what they can do so far, is to take those repetitive stuff, those repetitive tasks from humans, so that they can do other works. I was in a factory, which is, it was a food factory, actually it was poultry, and everything there was automatized. I mean, they have lines, automatic lines, which were cutting the chicken, and then they were cutting they were taking off the feathers, and until it got in a box in a hypermarket. But there were still 3,000 employees there, because certain tasks cannot be taken over yet by robots or machines. But we still have to prepare people for what's coming, because I was saying, as an example, Japan, that is very technologically advanced. They have most robots. I think it's the country with the most robots per capita, to say. But even there, they are looking to find efficient solutions for digital education. Why? Because we don't want our citizens to just be users of technology. That's one aspect. We want them to be able to understand a little bit what's behind something. But the other hand is that in 10 years, the future of the labor market will be completely different from what we know now. And I will give you just an example, RPA. Robotic process automation. That's software robots. Basically, in my view, RPA will become something like Excel or Word in a few years because it's so
interesting
so
point of view.
Yeah, it's so easy to use and is so useful and efficient that I think, in my opinion, in 10 years, you won't be able to get an assistant job if you don't know RPA. It's going to be like a question like now, do you know Word and Excel? So basically, we need to prepare people for what's happening. Robots are not coming right now for our jobs. They are taking part of the jobs which are repetitive. The worst case is that where they are taking some of the jobs is the low end, which is actually the problem, because the population at the low end cannot be upgraded to learn digital education or RPA or automatization or stuff like that. So that is our problem. And coming from my NGO background, I can see this as a future social problem.
I see. Well, maybe thanks a lot for the input. I'm thinking that maybe a part of the solution could be mixed agent systems, and I'm going to summon Felix to shed some light on the matter. So, Felix, please tell us what are mixed agent systems and how do you see this type of innovation implemented in our day-to-day life?
Yeah, Alex, thank you. So let me start by maybe making a very short introduction before we get into like the deeper problems of what the mixed agent systems are and what challenges we're gonna have. So I know Peter at the beginning of our discussion, he presented a little bit, a couple of ideas on the difference between AI and machine learning. And what may be valuable for the audience to know is that AI started roughly in 1956 with two key figures, two mathematicians, McCarthy and Minsky. And it started with their conjecture that every aspect of learning or any other feature of intelligence can, in principle, be precisely described such that a machine can be made to simulate it. Now, this is not solved, and this conjecture or this presupposition is possibly flawed, so it may never be solved. However, we may not need to, because we may have, and we already have algorithms. So we already have AI systems that are being used to achieve certain tasks we are employing day to day, certain tasks we're employing in business, certain tasks we're employing in maybe in automation, like Anna Maria mentioned, and so on and so forth. So you can think, for example, at content selection algorithms on social media, right? They're not very intelligent, but they directly impact billions of people. They maybe work a little bit towards changing a user's preferences, right, which is the state of their environment, so that they become more predictable. And we need to be careful about, obviously, about the consequences of that. And this is where the ethical part comes in, and we can have a separate discussion about that. we don't even have to touch on like the big problems, right? Capital letter B, big problems of artificial intelligence, which are about I don't know, consciousness, for example, right? So the truth of the matter is that we know nothing about consciousness, and actually no one in AI is working at making machines conscious, nor would anyone know how to do that, or even where to start. So what we have is you have a system, an application, a neural network, like Peter mentioned before, and that is your artificially intelligent system. It helps drive some decisions, or it helps make some predictions, or like the cat and dog picture example, it helps you with some categorization and so on and so forth. However, that is what we call a single agent. So you can go one layer above that and you can generalize to multi-agent systems. Think about you and I grew up playing video games, right? And we were playing strategy games, right? Like StarCraft, and you were on a map, and on the same map there were like 4 or 5 other civilizations controlled by different AIs. So you can think about those are different AI agents that are interacting with one another. And I think the future, or not necessarily the future, but even the present is now dominated by these so-called mixed agent systems, by which we mean that some agents are AI agents, software agents, robotic agents, and other agents are us, humans. So there is this interaction between the human element, the human agents, and the artificial intelligent agents, creating these multi-agent systems. So even in the example with video games, with StarCraft, with maybe Atari video games or board games like chess and Go, you have these very complicated and very complex algorithms that were trained through something that in the field is called reinforcement learning. And this is the dominant paradigm within the field of study of multi-agent systems, at least to the present moment. And this creates some challenges. So let's discuss, let's dive deeper a little bit into the challenges which are presented by the reinforcement learning paradigm. So you have intelligent systems which are multi-agent systems that are very task specific, right? Because they are built on, first of all, an environment, and then they have observations and actions that connect the agent or the agents to the environment, and then you have an objective. So each agent has an objective, and all of these different aspects obviously change and form different kinds of circumstances. And AI agents are thus more or less intelligent in their specific circumstances, right? Not generally. This is another good point to make. But problems related to these 3 categories, which are environment, observation of the environment, and objectives, also define how easy or difficult it is to create AI agents for specific categories of problems and environments. For things such as chess, for example, right, or StarCraft, even though StarCraft is much more complex than chess, but we grew up with it, and it's easier to relate. You have an environment that is entirely visible at all times, and the rules are very limiting and known. And for these types of problems, Atari video game, board games, and so on and so forth, we already have systems which perform much better than humans, right? Everybody knows about DeepMind, and everybody knows how Kasparov was defeated by a chess playing algorithm, and so on and so forth. But, and here's the kind of like the catch of the problem, is that in real world problems, right, such as think big problems, running governments, or teaching molecular biology. These are incredibly more complex. The environments are mostly unobservable. They have far more objects and types of objects. There's no clear definition of what the actions are, or maybe the action consequences are going to be. And you have mostly unknown rules and a great deal of uncertainty. So I believe that that the secret, or the core point of the AI agent, human agent, so the mixed system and AI human collaboration, is going to be in trying to find a sort of a middle ground between the paradigm that we have to reinforcement learning and the uncertainty and the complexity of the real world. So you can think, you can consider multi-agency as being strongly linked to the mathematical components that form reinforcement learning, one of which is, for example, the reward function. So in StarCraft, you have things like gathering resources, or in Atari video games, you have things like points, right? Or you play Space Invaders and you destroy the ships and stuff like that. And you have a counter of some sort, or a score that goes up or it goes down, right? So you try to write and you try to find something that maximizes the reward function, but that's closely linked to very explicit rules of the game, which I have previously mentioned that is not the case with real life. And also in the real world, there are things much less convenient, right? We need utility functions. So even though something is desirable to us, it may not be very practical, right? You can think of utility functions in this way, how practical it is to impose certain strategies for maximizing our reward, assuming again that we can even define our reward in the first place. So we have to deal with all sorts of faulty definitions and anticipated behavior in the real world. And this is going to be, I believe, the object of much research from now on. And is going to be the thing to solve when it comes to mixed agent systems. But these mixed agent systems already exist, right? You go on Facebook, you already interact with all sorts of algorithms and all sorts of ML models that Facebook has employed. And every time you use your phone or you use a GPS or stuff like that, you are in a collaboration with an artificial intelligence system. So, yeah.
Thanks. I have now quite a matter that I would like everyone to pitch in. We're staying to, for example, the interaction with Facebook that now basically means that you are interacting with machine learning algorithms, with AI, with mixed systems. Do you think that the boost and the growth in AI that came over with the COVID crisis, do you think that it's naturally going to clean itself of all the issues? I mean, it's natural that if we take whatever process and we increase it exponentially due to a reason, the process would have to skip some vetting, some verification, some safeguards, and in order to be accessible, AI as well as other processes has had to skip some of these security measures. Do you think that it's safe to assume that now, after almost 2 years of crazy stuff going on, do you think that we are on the right track? Do you think that the necessary precautions and measures were addressed?
Can I start?
Yeah, please.
I believe that as usual, with every IT related question, all the precautions, all the regulatory steps, all the laws, all the decisions were either non-existent or rushed. And usually with all technology advances at a much faster rate than regulations, laws, and any sort of human decision-making process can keep up with. So pretty much when machine learning came to be a thing, there was absolutely no law, no regulation, nothing at all to have any sort of either moral or legal guidance on how to use it, where to use it, what to do with this technology. The technology just came to be, and then everyone tried their best to make as much money as possible out of it, or do whatever they do with it. And even if you think about machine learning that has been with us since more than 10 years, for instance, Facebook introduced facial recognition back in 2010, which you probably have encountered. It automatically tags people in the photos. And until this year, everyone was kind of okay with this. But now, mainly due to regulatory pressure and massive lawsuits, Facebook decided to stop using facial recognition. And not just that, but they promised to delete the training data, which in this case means at least 1 billion photos of people, but probably much more.
I don't really think that that they are actually doing this, because recently I had to bulk tag some photos, and indeed they were not automatically tagged, but in the instant I clicked on someone's faces, among the first, it was not the first one. I think it's just a step back they took, so it's not that obvious. It was not the first suggestion, but between the first 3, maximum 5 suggestions was the correct person. So I don't actually think that Mr. Mark over there took that really that serious.
Yeah, and that's a very good point you have here, because this is the second problem, is which I actually wanted to mention, that when the regulatory pressure is there, when it's when we already have laws and we have already have society-wide kind of understanding and a bit of recognition of what's possible, what can go wrong, and so forth, then it comes the obscurity of technology itself, because Facebook, and let's just not point at Facebook, because I would be more than certain that Amazon, Google, Microsoft, you name it, pretty much any big corporation has a very large set of technologies which are either totally unknown or not clear to most people outside of the company, or to a degree even inside of it. And when there is a pressure to do something about a certain issue, like let's take facial recognition, then they can easily just switch a few things over and just change the surface of the problem, and then they could claim and rightfully claim that the problem went away, they solved it, now they are the good guys. But in reality, they just replaced one solution with a slightly different solution. But the core problem is still that technology advances very fast, and we don't fully understand it. And not just us, but all the policymakers, all the lawmakers, they have very little understanding of how those technologies work. And because of this,
I'm sorry, but I have to get over. We're already 2 minutes over. As usual, these kind of discussions fly like they didn't even happen. So thank you very much for your input. I'm going to consider this as your closing statement. We didn't have time to prepare for this. Felix and Anna, I'm kindly asking you to wrap everything in one sentence and go, so we can switch to the next panel. And ladies first, Anna, please.
Well, I would like to relate on a closing argument with what Peter said. Yeah, indeed, we do need regulation because technology can be either good or bad, but we need to know how to use it for good. What I would like to invite your guest is to follow discussions on regulations so that they are in the technology field, they can put their in. It's very hard to regulate something when we don't know how it will evolve, but it's very important for all of us to participate in this type of regulations.
Okay, thank you very much. Felix?
Yeah, so I think my closing statement is AI-human collaboration is inevitable. It's already happening. It's going to happen more and more in the future. Some regulation is needed. We just need to be very careful to make regulation in such a way that does not impede academic research on the one hand, but also does not impede human rights or our moral and ethical concerns on the other hand.
Thank you very much, guys. It's been a wonderful panel. As always, time flies, and it flies really, really quick when we talk about things that we like. I'm going to pass over to Zoltan. Sorry for keeping you over the time allocated, but hey, it was fun.
No worries, no worries. Especially when we talk about regulation coming from the gambling industry, where it's the most regulated industry of them all. I have to say that the regulator has to be apolitical. On the second hand, the legislator has to know what they're talking about. So basically, like I said it in an earlier panel, we're in deep shit when we ever talk about regulation or we're talking about human rights and so on. Okay, thank you so much, guys. Okay, Ron, are you here?
Good morning. How are you?
All well. Here's my favorite legislator, regulator, lawyer from Canada, who has now also switched to cryptocurrency, adding extra value to the gaming experience. Okay, so Ron, this is the final panel for today. So we have been on a really high note all day long. So let's keep it that way.
Yeah, we'll keep it that way. We're fortunate to discuss what I think is one of the most exciting things happening in gaming right now. This is the Crypto Catch-Up with SEGEV LLP panel, and we're here with our good friends, Game On Entertainment Technologies. I'd like to thank HIPTHER Festival for inviting us to share some ideas with you. Some introductions. My name is Ron SEGEV. I'm the founding partner of SEGEV LLP. We're based in Vancouver, Canada. We also have an office in St. Louis in the United States. We are, broadly speaking, a tech firm with a focus in gaming. We've been practicing in the blockchain crypto space since 2012. So we're kind of old hat at it. We went through all of the trends and phases of blockchain, from initially working with miners and coiners. We handled a few ICOs and then IEOs, then blockchain development app companies. Now we're deeply immersed in DeFi and NFTs. I'm absolutely thrilled to have Game On join us for this discussion. We've got Matt Bailey, who's the CEO of Game On, and Santiago Aramillo, I hope I pronounced that correctly, who is the Chief Product Officer for Game On. Guys, can I invite you to share an introduction? Matt, we'll start with you.
Yes, absolutely. So hi, everyone. Thanks for having us. I'm Matt Bailey, CEO at Game On.
recently publicly listed in Canada on the CSE under the ticker symbol GET, G-E-T, also on the OTC in the US, ticker symbol GMETF. And what we do is we work with any content provider that could be a sports team, league, TV network, broadcaster, or NFT collection, and help make their content more engaging, social, and monetizable through gamification fan engagement technology. So we're a B2B technology company working with the likes of MX Player in India, NBC Universal here in North America. One of our most recent partners is Chibi Dinos, which is an NFT 10K collection. We'll get into a little bit more about who we are, but that's a good introduction, and I'll hand it off to Santi to give his intro.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm Santiago, and that was a good pronunciation, Ron, by the way. Well done. I've heard much worse in the past. That definitely gets a passing grade. I'm also in Vancouver, Canada. My background is primarily in gaming. I spent over a decade at Electronic Arts. I was a creative director for the FIFA franchise for many years. Then I joined Dapper Labs as the head of sports, where conceived the concept for NBA Top Shot and helped create that with the team there. I've also made mobile games at Scopely, and now leading the product side of things for Game On in this intersection of NFTs and gamification and tech.
Fantastic, thank you. So as mentioned, this panel is called Crypto Catch-Up, and to the uninitiated, an NFT is a form of crypto. And the reason we're talking about NFTs is because, well, frankly speaking, they're really important to the broader crypto market. And our firm is seeing just a ton of excitement in the space. I'm going to just spend a minute or two just to lay the landscape out in terms of how impactful NFTs have been recently. And then we'll turn it back over to Game On and get their insights on what's going on over there. So why are NFTs catching on? The reason they're catching on is because they frankly speak to a human psychology. So people like to collect things, people like art, and they like to take a financial risk on the hopes of gaining a quick win. Okay, that's baked into our human DNA, and NFTs are really good at serving those interests in the digital form. And in fact, we have several categories in the NFT space where NFTs are making a real stride. So one of them is, in fact, art. One is collectibles, luxury goods, games, and gambling. And so what sort of impact are they making on those spaces? Well, I read this great, I follow this great blogger. His name is Doug Clinton, and he's with Loop Ventures. He's a partner there. I just read one of his reports in terms of the size of the market. So OpenSea is the largest NFT market in the world right now, and they're expecting a volume of $14.5 billion in trading of NFTs this year. That's estimated to be about 70% of the total world market. Axie Infinity and Top Shot are second and third. Axie is expecting to do $3.5 billion this year, and Top Shot is expecting to do $750 million this year. And it's estimated by Doug Clinton at Loop Ventures again that those three parties represent 90% of the NFT market. So there's opportunity for new entrants to the market. This is a very nascent space, very exciting space. And so why is this space such a good fit for gaming? I think the reason that is because, when you're looking at the NFT market, you can segment it. And again, I have to credit Doug Clinton for this insight, and I think it's a very valuable way to see things. You can segment it into core users, and you can segment it into speculative users. And I think the core users are what's good for the NFT market and good for the gaming market, because it represents the sticky user base. And when you're looking at core users, those tend to be the ones that are using NFTs in the gaming marketplace or in the gambling marketplace. And I think that's where Game On comes in, as having identified such a phenomenal fit, both for people who are traditional to gaming and people who are coming to it in the NFT space. So laying that groundwork, I wanted to pass the mic, so to speak, to Matt and Santiago. I've got a few questions for you guys. First question is to both you, Matt and Santiago. Again, to the uninitiated, let's just talk about what is an NFT from a technical perspective, from a use perspective. Do you have any examples of NFTs that have captured your imagination that you think that our audience should go and check out? I'll open the floor to both of you.
I'll give.
Sure, I think I can
give it his background.
I can take that one. So, starting from I guess the definition of it, right? If anyone doesn't know, which I'll be surprised if they're on this call and they don't know, but an NFT it stands for a non-fungible token. The non-fungible part is so differentiated from basically cryptocurrencies, right? Where one Bitcoin is the same as another Bitcoin, one ETH is the same as another ETH. But ultimately, zooming out is really a digital good that is anchored on the blockchain, and it has certain properties that we didn't have before in the digital space, such as digital scarcity, right? So even if you, let's say you play video games and you have a skin, or you get a FIFA Ultimate Team player, and you know that Lionel Messi is supposed to be more rare than, I don't know, Tim Cahill or something like that, or Gary Cahill, you have to trust EA that is the case, right? That they are minting Lionel Messi items in much fewer quantities than they are, any other player in the game. But now with the internet, with blockchain and NFTs, then this is sort of verified on chain, and the scarcity of that item is something is trustless. You don't need to trust the publisher or the creator, because you can see it in the smart contract itself. You can see it on the blockchain itself. And obviously you pointed at some of these aspects, Ron, that are just a very natural fit for us as humans in how we collect, how we seek status, and all these, these types of things. And scarcity is one of the things that we all kind of care about, especially in the world of collectives. And that's why it's important in that sense. It also has properties like true ownership. So again, sticking with examples of video games, maybe you own a skin in Fortnite, or maybe you own that Lionel Messi, player in FIFA Ultimate Team, but you can't sort of get any of the value. You can't capture any of the value of selling that item, right? You can, in FIFA, you can put it back in the marketplace, but all you can do is buy more players, right? So it's a walled garden of a market. In Fortnite, you just own them and you just accumulate more skins. You don't really have the ability to benefit from owning that or earning that in any shape or form monetarily. So true ownership allows you to own these digital things in the same way that you own the physical things in real life. So whether it's the shirt that you're wearing, or the car that you own, right? There's you can destroy it, you can sell it, you can lend it. So all these things apply to NFTs. And again, these are things you couldn't do before online. And ultimately, I guess, the key here is that NFTs are allowing us to reimagine our relationship to digital goods, right? And it's led to use innovative applications across various sectors, where collectibles may be the most common one now, but also you can see it in membership loyalty programs, where NFTs almost serve as keys that unlock doors of exclusive experiences. You see it in art, right? So now art is one of the other kind of main applications right now of NFTs, music, there's DeFi. So there's a lot of applications of NFTs, but we're only in the very early stages. And the second part of your question was, what has captured my imagination? I think right now, much of whatever is capturing our imagination now, I'm sure is just our imagination is going to be blown away in a year or two, or even shorter time frame than that, because where we are with NFTs, even if you see sort of high production quality and polished products out there like NBA Top Shot, let's say, we're really in the, this is kind of dating myself, but we're really kind of in the 56K modem era of the internet. We're sort of in that phase when it comes to NFTs, right? Where it's so early on, the developer tools are still so raw. Most of the demand is still just coming from consumers that are already kind of crypto holders, or are already fans of that specific incarnation of the NFT. So let's say basketball fans when it comes to NBA Top Shot, or sports fans more generally. But I'm sure that this, in the way that technology just accelerates, we're going to see just more developer tools, more developers coming into the space, more applications. And so the NFTs will really become more and more creative. But ultimately, you know, I obviously love what we did with Top Shot in the sense that it reimagines what it's like to collect in the digital space, especially in the sports world. And it starts looking into how do we tap into the true motivations of fandom. I also like NFTs that are, when it first happened, I actually thought, oh my God, we've gone nuts now. When the Jack Dorsey tweet sold for however many millions of dollars. And when I thought about it again, I actually came full circle and decided this is actually what makes a lot of sense, because a tweet, or let's say those, another NFT would selling the first lines of code of the World Wide Web. These things sold for millions of dollars, but because they are digital first, right? So there's no concept of a tweet if there isn't an internet, right? And there's no so we're not even trying to replicate a physical thing into the digital thing. It is digital first. And so creating these collectibles out of digital, primary digital things is another fascinating thing for me. I like the idea of memes turning into NFTs, because that is such a big part of how we communicate nowadays on social media, how things go viral. It's a very unique way of almost language that is part of the new generation. And by having NFTs tied to that, it creates a path of provenance to the creators of those things. So it can, give rise to fame and riches to people that we've never heard of, simply because they had the idea, put in the right image with the right caption that now we all use for whatever reason. And so I think that, it kind of validates and really incentivizes that creator economy. So yeah, those are some things that come to mind that I like.
Interesting. Yeah. And I think a good springboard for my next question for Matt. So, we got a good lay of the land of what an NFT is and some of the exciting ways to look at NFTs. Matt, what's Game On doing specifically with respect to NFTs?
Yeah, so like from the first thing to say that we're not the blockchain company, we're not minting and selling NFTs. We're working with companies that are minting and selling NFTs to help add a gamification layer to their collectibles. So, in a similar way that TV is a very binary experience and is suffering because of it, millennials and Gen Z are demanding so much more from content that they're not tuning into TV anymore. And viewership is down a lot for leagues, teams, TV networks. And NFTs kind of have a similar problem right now in that it's a very binary experience. You buy, you hold, and maybe you make it your profile picture, and maybe you sell it, hopefully for a profit. We're really bullish on the next wave of NFTs having a gamification gaming utility to it. So we're working with using our most recent partner, Chibi Dinos, as an example. They minted 10,000 digital dinosaur NFTs not too long ago in August. They sold out in 18 minutes. And they essentially seeded their startup. They made a couple of $1 million from it, but now they need to kind of build a real business around it. And there's not much you can do with the collectibles right now. So we're taking or creating a game with them, a predictive gaming experience where you'll be able to use those digital dinosaurs and collectibles NFTs in a gaming experience, not only to win more collectibles and NFTs, but potentially unlock in real life experiences like tickets to a game or a meet and greet with a player and things like that. So while we can't talk too much to the actual product yet, it'll be released around Q1 next year. We're in that phase now where we're working with them on what it looks like, but that's what we bring to partners, is adding a gamification layer to NFTs that really hasn't been seen before. So we're really excited about that.
That's very cool. Yeah. And Santiago, question for you. Other than the use case that Game On has unlocked with respect to how do we combine NFTs and gaming, why do you think NFTs are such a natural fit for gaming? Are there any other use cases that you know of? And why do you think that they're such good bedfellows?
Yeah, it's a very good question, and it's almost multiple answers to that. One is that gamers already, adopt many of the properties that NFTs bring to the table. Like I said, the concept of a digital good, right? So it's much more likely that you will care about, for example, truly owning a John Wick, Fortnite skin, because you already play Fortnite and you already care about the sort of status, and recognition that wearing that skin when you go on in the game brings you. Then already you're so much closer to understanding why the fact that now you have true ownership. If Fortnite went into the blockchain, if you had true ownership of those skins, why it would matter so much more, right? I think gamers have also always been with some exceptions, but for the most part, they've been on just the consumer side of this kind of gaming, world, right? Where you have a publisher, the publisher creates a game, that game may have even more content inside it, and you pay for the game or you pay for certain, microtransactions or packs or whatever inside the game, but you're always it's always a sync, right? You're always paying for the experience. And I think gamers for a long time have always want to be more part of the experience itself and not just consumers. And so in the way that, for example, NFTs, again, I'm going to now talk about the exception of something like Roblox or something like Minecraft, where it's really more of a platform where then the players are the creators themselves, right? And then the players can also capture some of the value that they themselves are creating that enriches the experience for everyone else and so on. So but in that model, so again, that is already an exception for what the traditional kind of video game business model. But even within that model, the publisher captures the vast majority of the content that's created. What NFTs would do is almost flip that, right? And say, actually, no, now I'm creating this thing that someone on the other side of the world wants to pay $100,000 for. I should get $95,000 out of that, and the publisher should get $5,000. And if you do that, then all of a sudden, there's way more incentive to become a content creator. There's way more incentive to become a player because you are capturing most of the value. So again, I feel like gamers have already been kind of scratching, on the surface of these things that NFTs unlock. And maybe more largely, yes. Sorry, I was going to say, one last thought is when you look at gaming, it has always been this sort of almost first and final frontier of a lot of technology. So if you think of, virtual reality, for example, right? So much of what these companies have the way they've tried to prove that virtual reality can be a thing has usually been through, hey, can we make VR games really compelling? Can we get people to just put this headset on and enjoy a game more than they enjoy just, staring at it on their TV? So I think naturally gaming has always been this space where people are so open to trying new things that it's a natural fit for NFTs to start growing, there and setting roots there.
Yeah, obviously I agree that, a human is a playful creature, and we're very open to play. But, in my experience, the barrier isn't necessarily to get people to try a game. I think the barrier is to get people to try to overcome a perceived barrier to acquiring an NFT. And I find it so surprising how many people I meet who are young, they're technophiles, but they don't own any crypto because they think it's too complicated or they've never tried. So Matt, that's a springboard for a question for you. Are you experiencing the same issues with your user base, your players, with respect to NFT adoption? In other words, is NFT adoption a barrier to entry for playing on your platform? And if it is, how are you trying to overcome that?
I think it's becoming less and less of a barrier. I think it like Santi said, we're in that earlier stage modem phase, the first inning, where I think in 5 to 10 years we won't be able to imagine life without NFTs. People always ask sometimes, what demographic is NFTs? And right now we say gamers, sports fans, like that. collectionists, groups who like to play, but the demographic for NFTs is going to be everybody. And I like to liken it to, when 20 years ago, my dad wouldn't let me use his credit card on the internet when I wanted to buy a pair of sneakers because he was so worried that something's going to happen. That is what we're experiencing now with NFTs. And we're going to, how you listen to music is going to be an NFT. How you watch a movie will be an NFT. Your ticket to get into a game or a concert will be an NFT. Right now, we're seeing very specific applications. And what we're talking about today is a very specific vertical of gaming. But NFTs are just going to be a way of life. And it's a barrier right now, like you said. But every day, more and more people are buying their first NFT or crypto. So I think
does your company provide any resources to handhold people through that process? Like someone's like, oh, I'd love to try Game On, but I don't even know how to get started with buying a chippy dino. How do I do it? Or do you go to the one of the NFT companies that's doing a 10K sale and you just say, here's the resources are with the NFT issuer.
Exactly. Yeah. Because we're a B2B focused company, we're not typically dealing with the consumer head to head, face to face. So it's typically our partners that are taking care of that. But we're seeing, like more and more each day, people are buying their first NFT. I can see Santi's brain ticking over there. I feel like he's got a comment on this one.
No, I was just going to say that just to add to Matt's answer before, is a big part of making this more accessible is the abstraction of the technology, right? So in the same way that, now you don't need to know about, no one needs to learn about peer-to-peer download and, protocols. Eventually there were, people started torrenting and stuff like that, and they were just using software. Right? You didn't have to know about the underlying technology. I don't need to understand, much in order to use my banking account online and do everything online, right? So there's an abstraction of the way things actually work, and I think that's already happening. So, for example, there's this idea. Let's say, your comment, Ron, of I have so many friends who are tech savvy, but they just don't know how to go and buy an NFT, and that's because there's a difference between how user friendly some NFT products or experiences are compared to others. And for example, with NBA Top Shot, we knew that we can't have the same onboarding experience for someone to buy an NBA moment as they are trying to buy, even a CryptoKitty, which was made by the same company on the Ethereum network. So when you buy an NBA moment, you don't even have to have a crypto wallet at first, right? You just create an account like any other account in any other website. You can use your credit card, and that's it, right? And all of a sudden, you own this thing that is, temporarily or for as long as you need it in a custodial wallet. And then all the kind of on-ramps or off-ramps to take that out and putting in a third-party wallet, all that's being developed or already launched. But that's maybe for the more advanced users today. But eventually, that will also become really easy to do. So I think part of the problem is that some of the products that we see out there have still sort of legacy, on-ramps into how you buy it, how you store it, and so on. But that is what's going to change so quickly because the mass market, to your point, Ron, will not adopt it based on how it worked 2 years ago. And so for us as a company, we are building that experience with a partner that is the NFT partner in this case. But we're building the experience from the side of the fence for people who are not crypto, enthusiasts necessarily, or crypto, fanatics who are going to go over every single barrier to entry, because we want to bring this gamification to as many people as possible. So the way we would design any of these products already has that philosophy in mind of like, how do we lower the barriers to entry? How do we reduce the amount of, let's say, on-chain transactions that are needed to truly bring this experience to life to most people, right? So it's something that just developers need to be conscious of. And the more companies grow out of being just crypto companies to being really product makers, then they will understand that these are not things that they can consider down the road, but that are going to be mandatory if you want your product to be adopted and as more and more people come onto the blockchain.
That's great. It's a segue into the next question that I had for you, which was, as Chief Product Officer of Game On, what advice would you give to a CPO or CTO of another gaming company that's interested in integrating an NFT strategy in their product. And so I just heard from you, it's really important to focus on the user experience, the user journey, make it frictionless, make it easy to adopt. I like the specific technical information of trying to keep as much of the transaction off-chain as possible. That's probably for speed, simplicity, efficiency, cost effectiveness. Any other tips that you would give a CTO or CPO for another gaming company that may be listening in here?
Yeah, I think you touch on many kind of specifics, right? And I think those just need to be evaluated against what type of product or experience are you building, right? What are the things that matter to be on chain? What are the things that don't matter to be on chain, and so on? What is your target audience, and et cetera? But I think more generally, my advice would be that right now we have this developer ecosystem that is really fragmented. We have crypto first, like blockchain companies trying to make products, like let's say, or games, like say Axie Infinity. And one of the problems with Axie Infinity is that if you evaluate it as purely just a game, then it actually looks like a game that was made 15 years ago, right? And it's the true kind of fun and game experience of it. And it's because you have people who are very good at the blockchain side of things, but built a very successful product without all the sort of product thinking and people that are really game makers, right? Or you have the opposite. You have game makers who don't have the blockchain capabilities and they're trying to build them in-house, right? So you have, I know, for example, EA is hiring for people to come and basically do their NFT thinking in-house and so on. And to me, I think one of the first steps is to think about how these groups come together, right? Where you do need the product thinkers and the game makers, and you need the blockchain people to also complete that part of the experience. Having just product makers try to do blockchain is going to fail. Having just blockchain people trying to make games that compete with your traditional mobile games or console games is probably also going to fail in the long run. So I think these partnerships is what's really key, and that requires a level of almost self-awareness of what is my skill set as a blockchain company, let's say, right? As a CTO, as a CPO, am I the blockchain piece? Am I the product piece? Am I the marketplace piece? Like, what piece am I? And how do I partner with other people to really create a holistic product? And that is what I think Dapper Labs did really well at the time, is that they have the foresight of understanding, hey, we want to bring a sports product to the masses. We can't just do it with the exact same DNA and the same people that we did CryptoKitties, right? And we can't even do it on the same platform. We had to build Flow from scratch, right? So that it scales. And so they brought a lot of people that were game makers and basically taught game makers to think about how to make things on the blockchain. But not every company is going to be able to vertically integrate like that, right? So I think a much easier path to success and with less resistance is looking for these strategic partnerships.
Yeah, that's great. We got to wrap up. I just want to go to Matt in 60 seconds or less. Matt, I'd maybe just share with our viewers here just some thoughts on a space that SEGEV LLP is really, really excited about, which is the metaverse. We were chatting about it in our prep call, and I think that's where NFTs are going. Any thoughts there, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, the term metaverse is kind of one that's exploded kind of lately as a recent phenomenon, but I think metaverse has been around for a while. Is it a place where that I think is going to replace all of our in real life activities? I'm kind of bearish on that happening. But is it a place where we're going to go to play games, take our NFTs to play games, watch movies, listen to music? Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that part of it, which I think a lot of companies like Take-Two Interactive and EA Sports have been doing for a long time. So I'm bullish on the general term of the metaverse, but not as bullish as some people are saying that it's going to replace absolutely everything we do in real life. I think it's going to land somewhere in between. But yeah, certainly think in regards to gaming and NFTs, I think it's definitely a place where where it's going to go. So that's my thought.
Yeah, a space to watch. We devoted almost a whole newsletter to it 2 weeks ago, and we're very excited about it. I've got a note to wrap up here. Sincere thanks to Matt Bailey, CEO of Game On, and Santiago Jaramillo, Chief Product Officer of Game On. Hope you guys enjoyed the chat. It was a pleasure. I'm Ron SEGEV from SEGEV LLP. Thank you, Zoltan and HIPTHER, for the opportunity, and back to you.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Matt, Santiago. And this has been
everyone.
the first episode of the Crypto Catch-Up by SEGEV LP, right?
That's right. Yeah, many more to come, I hope.
Many more to come. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for choosing to tune in today. Here is some sneak peek about the topics for tomorrow. How is Gen Z adapting to online learning and less in-person socializing? Cybersecurity, aftermath of a breach. Fireside chat about climate change and sustainability. We also have a mindfulness session tomorrow. Inspiring women in tech, the future of NFT revolution in fashion, luxury, and metaverse. So we're going to touch base on that too. Again, planning for an immersive workplace and preparing for a new reality, education, technology, and metaverse. Okay, thank you everyone for joining us, and see you tomorrow for day 2. Take care.